But as you leave home this morning, I want you to take a look at the soil or the ground on which you stand. What if I told you that that ground that you're standing on is actually dying, and that could take your next meal with it? The very soil that grows our maize for our kinky, our tomato, or our cassava for our gari has been stripped bare by bush burning, chemicals, galamsey, and careless farming. But you know when the land gives up, the market becomes very expensive, and the whole nation feels it. That's the problem with us today. And as part of our Agribusiness Month, our focus is on preserving Ghana's soil health. We're joined by Dr. Colin Steele, who is Director, CSIR Soil Research Institute. But also this morning, a high official in South Africa will be joining us here on the Super Morning Show to talk about the xenophobic attacks. Okay, so we've been talking about it in Ghana. We've heard from the Foreign Affairs Minister. Time to hear from the South Africans right here on the Super Morning Show. All of these and more coming up here on the Super Morning Show. My name is Winston Amoah, and as always, we do the show together. So let's get interactive. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Coming up is the news at 6 with Mami Esi Nyameche Thompson.
Hours to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the news at 6. It's live on Joy 99.7 FM. It's 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we love 99.5 and in all 16 regions of Ghana via partner stations. Also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces and YouTube. Coming up, NADMO and other relevant agencies prepare to present comprehensive assessment on structures situated within restricted waterways and flood-prone areas as President Mahama promises to take action.
I think government must be firm in doing what it has to do in order that we stop this perennial flood issue. We shouldn't be like the vulture who says he will repair his roof when the rain stops. When the rain stops, then we forget about it.
Also, 2 confirmed dead and 1 critically injured following the Galamsey pit collapse in Odumase in the Santia Chim Central Municipality.
The 2 deceased were involved in a new form of illegal mining, locally known as one leg, which is said to have been introduced by some Chinese nationals.
With details of that in business.
Cedi's sustained depreciation slows significantly following improved dollar support from the Bank of Ghana. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And later, the fond memories of fathers who are no longer alive by their children.
There's one thing that my dad always says. He said that the thing for you never lost. That is the memory I have of him. And it's sad that he's not here with me today.
We have more on this and other stories with me, Mami Esi Nyameche Thompson, Tuesday. Let's dig in now. More buildings situated in waterways could face demolition as the Anti-Flood Task Force, NADMO and other relevant agencies prepare to present a comprehensive assessment of such structures obstructing waterways and flood-prone areas to government. This was disclosed by President Mahama during a media briefing after his return from the UK and Belarus. Among the buildings to be demolished is an abandoned 6-story building at Ashalaboche. Residents fear the weak structure poses a serious threat to lives and property. Listen to Abdullah Lari, the Greater Accra NADMO PRO, and then we can hear from the President.
Yes, indeed. I can confirm that the building around Ashalaboche School Junction is part of buildings that we are earmarked for demolition. Yes, we have informed all the occupants of the building, just like the one we demolished yesterday. Even before that, our stakeholders, which is the AESO and the Ghana Institute of Engineers, they were well aware before they came to conduct the structural integrity test. There are several other buildings that we are going to demolish.
Well, the flooding was one of the pertinent issues President Mahama commented on when he returned from his trip to Belarus, insisting the situation was worrying.
I want to thank Vice President Mahama for her proactiveness in terms of visiting a lot of the places that were affected, and also the recent collapse of structures, buildings that lead to deaths. This is an issue that we need to really, as a nation, do some hard searching, and I'm happy Nana explained that discipline must stop. Our values are eroded. We don't care anymore. When it's raining, is the time for us to pour our garbage in the drain.
Well, the president further stated that government will be firm in addressing the menace.
And I think government must be firm in doing what it has to do in order that we stop this perennial flood issue. We shouldn't be like the vulture who says he will repair his roof when the rain stops. When the rain stops, then we forget about it. The vulture forgets until the next rain comes, and he promises again to repair the roof. This time, if we repair the roof, we have to really work and repair it. Incidentally, this year too, the rains have been unusually heavy.
President John Dramani Mahama there. Meanwhile, Parliament's minority are demanding the immediate appearance of 3 ministers, including the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, Kenneth Gilbert J, before the House on the recent flooding in Accra. Now, 2 people have been confirmed dead, with another in critical condition after an illegal mining pit collapsed in the Santraso in Odumasi in the Shanti region. The incident occurred Monday evening while the 3 were working in a newly dug pit. Assembly member for the area Isaac Che Ando confirmed the incident to Adum News correspondent Isaac Amoah.
The 2 deceased were involved in a new form of illegal mining, locally known as one leg, which is said to have been introduced by some Chinese nationals and is mostly carried out in flowing water. While they were digging the walls of the pit, they had excavated caved in on them. Of the 3 victims, 2 men died instantly, while the 3rd victim, a woman, sustained critical injuries. She was rushed to the hospital.
Meanwhile, the police have launched investigations into the incident, while officials from NADMO are expected to visit the scene to assess possible safety breaches and offer support to bereaved families. The Ghana Medical Association's Ashanti Regional Chairman, Dr. Bernard Hammond, says the decision by doctors and allied health professionals at Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital to resume work should not be mistaken for an end to the demands. Speaking after the suspension of their 4-day strike, Dr. Hammond warned that his members are prepared to embark on another industrial action if government fails to fulfill commitments reached within the stipulated timeframe. The warning comes after Asante-Hene's intervention ended the impasse. Here's Dr. Hammond on Newsnight.
The membership were very, very resolute that some of these things are definitely going to take some time. The board was looking at it, and also was with regards to the guidelines, so they asked us to give them some time. So membership agreed to lay back on that. For the opening of Syria and Afari hospitals as well, we decided the regional minister asked also to give some time. He gave himself that he's going to give himself 7 days. So immediately afterwards, the membership decided, okay, let's give these times for these to work. That's why it's a suspension. Membership will evaluate.
Right.
If the responses are not inadequate, we will meet again and advise ourselves.
Minority leader Alexander Afenyo-Markin caused a stir in Parliament, raising allegations of attacks on free speech in Ghana. The minority took on the John Mahama government again, following the arrest of a number of NPP communicators. Alexander Afenyo-Markin escalated the matter to the floor, bemoaning the dangers on Ghana's democracy.
We, the minority, appeal without reservation to our friends across the aisle and to every member of this House The standard we apply today to the treatment of the opposition must be the same standard we would demand were the roles reversed. Ghana's democracy belongs to all of us. It is not the inheritance of any single administration. Our demands as minority. We contend that Ghana has come too far. We have paid too high a price for the freedoms we enjoy to allow them to be quietly diminished in moments of political convenience.
But Majority Member, also Communications Minister Sam Nate George, hit back, insisting the Mahama administration is protecting free speech, especially media freedoms.
Under President Mahama, no journalist has had to travel out of this country out of fear for his life. Manasseh Azuri Awuni ran away under the NPP. The likes of Captain Smart, the likes of Kwabena Bobie Ansan. State-sponsored persecution of journalists is a thing of our past that ended with the abysmal defeat of the NPP and will not happen under the Mahama administration.
Away from Parliament, the loss of a father creates a void that is difficult to replace. For many children, cherished memories are what keep their fathers close to their hearts. This Father's Day, Joy Brands is ensuring that children who have lost their fathers still have an opportunity to celebrate their memories and honor the father figures in their lives as the Joy Safari Escape. Mavis Kaboko reports.
The valuable life lessons, words of encouragement, and simple moments spent together are what children often hold on to when they lose their fathers. For others, it's the final words of their fathers that keep them.
There's one thing that my dad always says. He said that the thing for you never lost. That is the memory I have of him. And it's sad that he's not here with me today.
Some children express how they would have honored their fathers if they were still alive today.
I would have bought some few items, visit him, and then present those items to him and tell him Happy Father's Day, thanking him for all that he's done for us.
To mark the occasion, Joy Brands is encouraging the public to celebrate the fathers and father figures who have played significant roles in their lives.
Father's Day is 21st June, but before that, on Saturday 20th, we're taking our fathers to the Aqua Safari Resort. You have the boat cruise, games, and then we get it to the island where the party also begins. You get to also have a trip through the Eco Park and all that. All these happening for 4,000 Ghana cedis single, double is 6,000, and a family of 4 is 10,000 Ghana cedis. This is where your dad needs to be this Father's Day.
As the day approaches, the message is simple. Celebrate the fathers and the father figures in your life while you can.
Well, happy Father's Day to my dad, but he's no longer here. Well, that's all we have for this morning in the news bulletin. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. And what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same, right? It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, so this is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mindset be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. One pair way now open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small. Go. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes. This 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listen.
For Linda, a mother of 2 in Weja, the heavy rains have brought heartbreak and uncertainty. Floodwaters swept into her room, destroying personal belongings and leaving her family struggling to cope with the aftermath.
Our kids are now this son of mine is very sick. because of the weather. We sleep on the floor and other things. We are suffering. We are pleading. We are just begging you guys to come and help us, because what we are going through now, and when it's time for us to vote, you guys will come and plead with us to vote for you. We are pleading. I now have to stay with someone just to keep my children or have shelter for myself and that of my children. Please come to our aid. We need your help.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2, 5 years and 1 year.
So where is the 5-year-old?
She is in school now, but we have to stay with one woman here for her to, so in order for my other child to go to school.
Okay, so
I lost everything, almost everything. Not even almost. I lost everything. Our television set, our mattress, everything. I'm with their father, but he traveled a few months ago. And look at the situation left behind. We don't have anywhere to stay. At the moment, we are homeless.
Beyond the destruction of homes, residents say movement has become a major challenge following the collapse of a bridge in the area. The damaged structure has cut off access for many communities, leaving commuters stranded, school children unable to cross, and economic activities disrupted.
It's very bad. I don't know what other word to use apart from bad. I don't know. It's just too bad. Unless they do something about the bridge over there, this area will no longer be habitable. I don't think if this rain continues to fall for the next 2 days, we'll be able to live here. It's just too bad.
Yeah, really, it's really affecting us. I can't go to work. I've been standing here for the past 2 hours waiting for the flood to subside so I can go to work, but I can't. It's really affecting us. It's really affecting businesses. You can see around the area, there's no shop opening. So it's really, really affecting us big time. Likewise, on Sunday when it rained, I couldn't go anywhere. I was indoors. I was supposed to go to work, but I couldn't go to work because the water was too much. Everybody's scared. You can't even go out because you don't know what will happen to you.
It's the whole place is eroded. So I stood there for long. I said, no, this is a death trap, because gradually the place is opening up. It's a gutter, it's opening up. So every person around that place, around the gutter, is in trouble. It comes to this yellow wall. It comes to the level of it. Nobody can go anywhere. Nobody. If they can do something about it for us, because it seems since it started, nobody is here. No assemblyman, no MP.
Residents are appealing to authorities to take urgent steps to address flooding and repair the damaged bridge. They warn that the recurring floods continue to threaten lives, destroy property, and disrupt livelihoods whenever heavy rains hits the area.
For Joy News, Ramat Bashiru, Weja Bawe Municipality.
Subscribers, including top-up customers and pensioners, get support for personal needs, family priorities, school fees, home improvement, business support, and more. Enjoy big loans, low rates with a quick and straightforward process designed to help you move without delay. Visit any Societe Generale Ghana branch today or call 030-2214-314. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Accra to a new way of flying. ValueJet is now in Ghana, connecting you from Lagos to Accra, from Accra to the beautiful city of Banjul and back again. Whether it's business in Lagos, holiday in Banjul, or coming home to family here in Accra, we're bringing West Africa closer, one flight at a time. Reliability you can trust, fares you will love, and a welcome that feels like home.
Book your journey now at flyvaluejet.com or call us on 054-116-7474.
Value Jets, wings for everyone.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Total Energies, Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Omnibasic Bank, not just another bank. Sechu.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
I'm great. It's midweek, is World Cup Eve. Plenty to look out for in the coming weeks, right?
Yeah. Tomorrow is the World Cup, Charlie. Yeah. The first game is at 7 p.m.
7 p.m. We'll be live on Joy Prime?
Yes.
Great.
South Africa and Mexico. Who wins?
Of course, we'll be rooting for Africa, but
well. I like the fact that you are rooting for Africa, because I've got loads of messages from people who say we are supporting Mexico all the way.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
I hope it's not because of the other issues.
It could be. And talking about the other issues, well, this morning we're going to be joined by high official in South Africa to discuss the xenophobic attacks. They're talking about deportation of illegal migrant, and the discussions are underway, and receiving country would have to pay. Oh, this continent called Africa. Anyway, we'll get into all of that here on the Super Morning Show. It's interesting to know what the government is of mix of these attacks and why. Because you've heard Cyril Ramaphosa say, "Oh, we're going to deal with those who are behind all of this," but the people are known. So these are not people who are hiding. Okay, those who are engaged in the match, they know them. So what's happened? There's a conversation we're going to be having here on the Super Morning Show. But Daryl, this morning also, look, the soil, this ground that we walk on and grow plants. Do you know that as a result of bad farming practices and illegal mining, we are actually destroying the very soil that feeds us?
I mean, it's something we don't think about, do we?
Yeah. And I'm sure you also would know that not every plant can grow anywhere. So there are certain types of soil for certain types of crops. We're going to be getting into all of this, but most importantly, how do we ensure that our soil continues to serve the interest? Because the moment it becomes terrible, it means we'd have to import. And if we have to import, you know what that means. You know that cycle, right? We've discussed that cycle here.
Yeah.
So we don't want to get in there.
Many times.
So this morning our focus is on our soil health as part of our Agribusiness Month, and we're going to be joined here on the Super Morning Show by the director of CSIR Soil Research Institute, down to earth preserving Ghana soil health, which is indeed our ultimate line for survival. Good news, the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, the doctors have called off their strike. They've suspended the strike after the Asante intervened. So that's the good news there. But also this morning we're interested in something. Residents of between Kaswa and Domiabra. Now that road is split into two, as more than 2,000 persons have become stranded. But that's not all.
How are they moving?
Good. We'll find out here on the Super Morning Show. But the other point also is that someone sent me a message and showed me videos. Look, from Kaswa through to Accra, if you're coming to Accra. Charlie, Daryl, it is not easy. It says Kaswa toll booth towards the Weja Hills, flooded with sand washing down, causing so much traffic. Then Old Barrier, Atala stretch is horrific. The most annoying thing is the V8 vehicles with the police escort driving on the opposite lanes unconcerned.
Even without the rains, I mean, the traffic situation there is bad, so I can just imagine what this is causing.
And then look at this. So just look at this.
Wow, this is terrible.
Added pictures.
It's terrible.
It is indeed terrible. But how are we also making sure that as it rains, our roads are more trouble? All of a sudden, my time to work, Daryl.
So you have to move earlier, right?
You have to move earlier. Through no fault of mine.
Do we even maintain the roads?
Good question. Do we maintain these roads? It doesn't look like we do.
In anticipation of the rainy season.
It doesn't look like we do. We have a district road improvement program, machines, DRIP. I don't see them working. All of these coming up here on the Super Morning Show. But Daryl, who gets the trumpets this morning?
This morning you're actually hosting them, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. I think that we should pick them up because we usually do not we downplay their efforts, especially their core agricultural mandates that includes crop improvement, soil health, like you mentioned, sustainable farming. These people are actually helping put food on our table, and I don't think we celebrate them enough. So as we mark the Agribusiness Month, I think it's good time to hype some of these institutions, such as the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research this morning.
So to the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, we say
trumpet. Good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, cedi sustained depreciation over the past week slowed significantly following improved dollar support from the Bank of Ghana. Also, government presses ahead with enhanced tax incentives aimed at encouraging more industries to establish presence in other regions. Plus, Ghana Statistical Service makes significant progress towards use of new mechanism for measuring inflation and GDP estimates from next year. Details coming up. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Hello to our friends listening from Kofo Radio on KT Radio. The Bank of Ghana's increased dollar support for the market over the past weeks is getting some results. A careful look at the market data from last week showed that the significant daily depreciation is slowing. We have details in the following report.
An assessment of the market data since last week has shown that those sharp daily depreciation of the Ghana cedi against the dollar has slowed significantly. Some of the bank quotes for the dollar is now slightly above 12 Ghana cedis. For the forex bureaus, some have moved from the 12 Ghana cedis 60 pesos range to 12 Ghana cedis 50 pesos and 12 Ghana cedis 55 pesos. Our engagement with some of the commercial banks indicate that this could be due to improved liquidity on the market over the past 2 weeks, as market intimidation has reached more than $1 billion. The development should impact on demand in the coming weeks, as the Bank of Ghana is also expected to intervene on the market next Tuesday through another auction program. The cedi since the beginning of this year has depreciated against the dollar by some 10%, compared to more than 20% appreciation in the same period for last year.
Now, government says it will press ahead with enhanced tax incentives to help encourage more industries to establish presence in other regions. The move is part of efforts to spread development across the country as well as wealth. Deputy Minister of Finance Thomas Nyakwampim disclosed this when he appeared before the Economy and Development Committee of Parliament.
We are going to use data to continue to inform policy so that we can distribute resources fairly and equitably. We appreciate the challenge that we have and the concentration of a lot of things in the cities. We need to look at the structural issues, and that is what we are looking at. So we are working even on our tax policies. You recall we came here to amend our VAT act. We have aggressively decided to use technology to improve on revenue collections at our ports, and it is yielding significant results. And a lot of things are happening. We'll continue to collaborate.
Deputy Minister of Finance Thomas Nyakwampim. The Ghana Statistical Service has revealed that it has made significant progress on a new mechanism that will be used in measuring inflation and GDP estimates. The service is looking to roll out this new structure by the middle of next year. The rebasing of the indicators could change the outcome of inflation and GDP estimates to make it more market reflective. Dr. Al-Hassan Idrisu is government statistician. He spoke about this when he appeared before Parliament's Economy Committee.
Every 5 years or so, you have to rebase your CPI, that's your consumer price index, and your GDP, so you can get better data to take better decisions. We've started the exercise, virtually gone very far. The Ministry of Finance is graciously supporting us with resources to do that. And it is our considered opinion that if we are fully resourced and the releases come on time, between now and then the middle of 2027, we'll be able to fully rebase the CPI and then the GDP. So we have better data that can support national development. But Mr. Chairman, whilst on this, I will end with the fact that we have to begin to treat data and statistics as an infrastructure, just as we treat roads as an infrastructure, just as we treat all of those as infrastructure.
You heard Government Statistician Dr. Hassan Idrisu. Now, economist Professor Peter Korte says the current controversy about budget spending could have been avoided if the Finance Ministry was transparent about its releases. This follows claims by the Agric Ministry that it has not received its approved budget estimates as announced by the Finance Ministry. Ghana has also dropped significantly on global rankings when it comes to budget transparency. Professor Korte says even though the ministry has done well in some areas, they still need to up their game.
Regular reporting, aside the budget that I read in November, between November and when the mid-year report or review is done, there's no fiscal data. You hardly, unless maybe the president is going to give state of the nation address or somebody is going to give something somewhere. Nobody is shared with fiscal data. Whatever data you need, you have to request for it. And I think citizens are not being accounted to if that's the way we are approaching this. So in between, if it's quarterly, let's have quarterly data. You see, Ghana Statistical Service every month comes with inflation figures, comes with all kinds of indicators, with reports. That is the way to go. Bank of Ghana, go to their website. The Monetary Policy Committee meets, gives its report, gives indicators. That is the way to go. We want to see the Ministry of Finance do some quarterly meetings, quarterly information, quarterly reports.
Meanwhile, the country director of Send Ghana, Harriet Nyoma Ajman, has advised the Finance Ministry to improve publications and engagements in the implementation processes of the national budget to enhance transparency.
Government is not providing adequate information to its citizens to be able to effectively engage with their government. It is not just about having the documents, but once government has signed on to the open budget survey, it means that we have to adhere to the basic standards of that. And it means we as a country must publish a timely report, we must publish comprehensive report, and we have to ensure that that report is available as and when it is required, that is available for citizens' use. And so when the budget is read, the budget document must go online on the Ministry of Finance's website right after the budget is submitted to Parliament. And sometimes you realize that it is not there.
Country Director of Send Ghana, Harriet Nyoma Ajman. You are listening to the Joy Business Report. Deputy Director General in charge of livelihoods and migration at NADMO, Alhazugo Albert Akuka, says the organization is developing a strategic plan to improve disaster management in Ghana. He noted that a baseline survey will also be conducted to enhance food security support for disaster-affected persons. He made the remarks during Stanbic Bank's donation of relief items to NADMO.
All the people within Ghana, whether you are doing business or government work, you are at risk of a disaster at any time. It could be fire, it could be wind, it could be water. If you don't prepare properly, we are unable to come to your aid when the disaster strikes. NADMO at this time around is being proactive. We are also doing a baseline survey on food security in the country. That will cover a lot of communities, or almost all the communities in the country. So at least once we are able to have that baseline survey, it will help us foresee the likely challenges when it comes to food issues.
Alhazuga Albert Akuka, Deputy Director General in charge of livelihoods and migration at NADMO. Now, labor is an essential part of any agricultural production system, but its availability has become a challenge here in Ghana. How do we solve this challenge? Well, startup Portia Alanyo has come up with a solution. She's created a web and mobile-based application which links job seekers to employment opportunities in the agri sector and provides farmers with skilled labor. The Joy Business Van features in Oba today as part of our Agribusiness Month.
Hello Joy Business Van. My name is Portia Alanyo, co-founder of Amoah, and we are the human resource managers in Ghana's agricultural sector.
Her passion until a couple of years ago was to contribute to the cure of cancer, but something else has caught her attention. What appeared to be the lack of skilled labor in Ghana's agri sector. Portia got curious to find a solution. The result, a web and mobile-based app to link farmers to qualified human resource.
So getting to go through the frustration of how farmers get people to clear their farms, harvest, or even do sowing got me thinking, how can this problem be solved? Because you have to travel to different towns just to gather the youth to help you on your farm. And I thought of bringing this together to just help this problem in Ghana's agricultural sector.
And it's true, availability of labor has been a significant challenge in Ghana's agri sector, impacting on productivity and earnings. The web-based and mobile app Amoah provides a one-stop platform for agribusinesses to hire labor for farm work or hire factory hands. Some innovation there. A full episode at 1 p.m. right after the Joy Business Report, 5 p.m. on Business Live on the Joy News channel. Before we go, let's look at the markets. Crude oil still going down. Winston will be happy about this. $91 a barrel. Gold loss $756 is selling this morning at $4,204 an ounce. Cocoa, on the other hand, selling at $3,831 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar going for 12 cedis. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. Winston will not be happy about this. The euro going for 13 cedis 75 pesos. The British pound 15 cedis 90 pesos. The Forex Bureau is where it matters. 12 cedis 55 pesos. Back to you, Winston, and the team. That's the Joy Business Report this morning.
Thank you very much, Dal. You know, the thing also about gold is that because a lot of our stability is dependent on gold these days. I'm interested in that.
In that as well.
You know, it hit 5,000 in the first quarter of the year. So
$4,204 an ounce.
Now, today's inspirational song, I got a call over the weekend from, if I could say, one of our K-Allings, one of the young ones who listens to the Super Morning Show, and said, Uncle Winston.
Okay.
My mother's birthday is on Wednesday.
Oh.
So I want you to play this song by Diana Hamilton. This is the turn of the Lord for her. Now, the mother's name is Elizabeth Amenyen. Okay? We call her Lizzie. So, Lizzie Amenyen, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
This
one,
one
all of us.
This one from your husband, whom I call Fokofi. Fokofi, Joshua. Your children, Salom, Selikem, and Selassie. They say they celebrate not only this incredible woman that you are, but also the blessing you've been in their life. And thank you for being a loving partner and a devoted mother and a trusted companion.
That's so beautiful.
Indeed, she's a beautiful person.
Oh, nice.
You should encounter her. So
it's the doing of the Lord.
It's the doing of the Lord. That's an inspirational song because it's Elizabeth Amenyenu's birthday, and from the husband Joshua Agbezuke and the family.
Tell of your goodness, every chapter of my story. Show how you led me, Lord, and the handwriting of mercy by the finger of the Lord. This is the finger of the Lord. You've been right here beside me, through the fire, through the rain. I didn't burn, I didn't drown, 'cause you were right by my side. I am a living testimony of the goodness of the Lord. Hey, this is the doing of the Lord. What shall I render? Indeed, what shall I render? What shall I render to you? What shall I render? Say, yeah, I'm in a woman found. Again, I'm in a woman found.
That's Diana Hamilton featuring Mercy Chinwo with The Doing of the Lord. Senyinyame enewaya fa. I like this one. Senyinyame enewaya mama Israel camp. Congratulations.
Yay, Papa Winston.
How are you, man?
I'm doing great. There's this particular thing that I've noticed about you realize that your beard growing is like Moses has parted the sea in the middle, so the middle is dark, the sides are white. It's very interesting. People should check the social media feed. It's very interesting.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Akoto Boateng, good morning.
But Akoto Boateng too has been seeing snakes on the summer. It's not killing the snakes.
Yes, there's a reason. In the ecological system, there are predators who actually help protect certain investments. We deal with a lot of rodents. We have a lot of grass cutter. We have a lot of rabbits eating our coconuts. And snakes are the biological protection against these rabbits and grass cutter. So when I see pythons and everything, we don't kill them, we leave them. Because the more you have them around, the more, and other snakes, just that you need to ensure that workers are protected so that they don't get bites or so it's like that.
Interesting.
Don't ask me if I see when I see a snake in my family.
No, you don't kill them, because if not they will destabilize the pox.
Which one? The pecs. Don't try.
Winston, in certain ecological zones where the apex predators were eliminated, like where lions, the big cats and the other carnivores were eliminated, you realize that you have a lot of herbivores who then eat a lot of the undergrowth and the saplings, and with time those forests end up becoming grasslands. So there should always be a sense of balance to ensure harmony in ecological systems. So snakes are not necessarily our enemies. And the truth is, you went to meet them in their home and decided to farm there. So why drive them away?
Okay, that's interesting.
Indeed, but when it comes to pigs, I'm not
they
sure.
can fight the snakes,
but pigs don't fear snakes, though.
Wow!
Don't be too. Oh no, come on. They don't fear snakes. Not at all. Pigs are very unique animals. Very, very unique.
Indians are so boy.
What's the matter?
Oh
well, but Charlie, when then? I mean, they do well. But if I see a snake there, I will kill it. I will kill the snake. Why not? Because they may see. For me, while they may not, hurt the mother pig, they can actually hurt the piglets. So the piglet may not be able to.
So when you see them, trap them and then take them away into the bush, just go and throw them somewhere.
Charlie, let's learn how to say it right.
And before that, drive safe, please.
Okay, before that, drive, because Jojo had just sent me a message from Ismail Adam, Lakeside Estate.
Yes.
With how to say it right.
I hope it has nothing to do with flooding.
No, it has 3 words.
Okay.
SEIZED. CEASED.
But wait, it's not time for saying it right.
CEASED. We'll do it. Don't worry. I'm excited.
Smile Adams, good morning. Yade. Yaiki. Mungo Day. Thank you for sending Say It Right today. But it's time for Drive Safe, and it's brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, supported by Toyota Superior Quality, Imperial General Assurance, solid protection. Avoid all distractions. Keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible. Drive with your lights on. That's how to ensure your safe arrival. And this morning, I want to dwell on being visible and seeing visibility on the roads. Winston, I mentioned some time ago that new street lights are being fixed around the city. In fact, on my way home, I see a lot of the street lights, the metal poles in the medians of the roads. There are certain places that have the street lights fixed. As at last week, Nanakrom roundabout, for example, to the cancer hospital roundabout, the street lights were on nice. But this week I've noticed that on that stretch I counted only 3 which were on. I decided to also count from Nanakrom roundabout to School Junction to 3rd Gate, and then 3rd Gate and a lot of them are not working. They're supposed to be solar street lights. I don't know whether they are not charging because of the weather conditions. Maybe that could be the reason. So we'll still be looking out to see if they work, or we bought inferior street lights. Because I don't think that after just a couple of weeks these street lights should be off en masse like that. And so I'm drawing the attention of the Ministry of Energy, which is in charge of those things, to also inspect and troubleshoot if there are any issues with the street lights.
Great.
Now for our fuel too for the morning, if you smell gas, do not panic and do not create sparks. Turn off the cylinder valve if safe to do so. Open doors and windows and keep matches, lighters and electrical switches away. Quick, calm action always saves lives. And this is a message from Comac.
Let's learn how to say it right. Brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
Okay, so DECEASED.
Diseased. Dead.
Okay, it means dead. Yes, that's true. But it's deceased.
Deceased. No, deceased.
Deceased. Now it's a T because I have told you that when the with English alveolar plosive, D is added to a voiced sound, is D.
No,
and then hold on, when it's added to a voiceless sound, is T.
How do you remember all of this? I mean, because I did English in Lego. No, I remember Miss Ofsin.
It's okay.
Dr. Ofsin.
Don't worry. So that is it. And if you want to know what voiced and voiceless sounds are, the sound that is produced with some vibration in your vocal cords is a voiced sound. So deceased, and that's how that one is said. Now, SEIZE is seize. Seize. Okay? Then CEASE is cease. So you cease to do something.
Okay.
Okay?
You stop doing something or no?
Yes, you stop doing something.
Okay.
Yes, so see, so if you want to stop doing something, you cease, not seize.
Okay.
Okay?
And if you die, it is what?
Deceased.
Because you stopped living.
Yes, you are deceased. So Ismail Adam, there you have it. And you can also share your words with us. I received another late one on my through Facebook. Just send it to us on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Just add say it right, and the team would share it with me, and I would all learn how to say that, just as I do once you share them with me. And you know, Kojo and Kweku, truth is, I just checked the pronunciation myself. Yes, and I've said this before. I mean, we all don't know. We all don't know it all.
Yeah.
We don't know it all. Yeah. So when you share it with me, then I also would go and check. Yeah. We'll look at the transcription. Kweku Asante, from his English days, you look at the transcription, and based on the transcription, you learn how to say it right. Anyway, let's say good morning to our partners, Kingdom Books.
Yes, and Kingdom Books, the yard sales is still ongoing. You get discounts up to 70%, and it's happening at the Kingdom Books office at Osu, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. So if you want to restock your essentials or upgrade your workspace or your home, you know the place to go is Kingdom Books and Stationery, the office at Osu, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. And go to the Kingdom Books yard sales, shop smart, save big. If you want more information, you call 0244-311-955.
Kojo Asante, have you bought your electric vehicle?
I'm working on it.
Please, when you cruise, walk to SG.
Okay.
Go to SG.
Yeah.
And take advantage.
As you mentioned, your name for 5% interest rate.
No, take advantage of the mega loans program. because from now till July 2026, apply and enjoy big loans at small rates, very low rates, and a fast, hassle-free process that helps you to get moving sooner. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you or call 0302-214-314 for more details about the SG Ghana Mega Loans promo today. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you. Let's get into the newspaper review now. Brought to us by Syntex Tank Air, Strang Air, Tough, Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile, Star, your quality and affordable fuel for all.
Koku, Winston didn't answer your 5% question, but
I wanted
we'll ask
to
him again tomorrow.
Yes.
So let's start with the Daily Guide this morning. Daily Guide: U.S. extradites ex-Maslock boss to serve 10-year jail term. There's a photo of Sedina Christine Tamaklo Ationu on the front page. Minority condemns arrest of NPP members. Alexander Afenyomakin's photo is on the front page. And Charles Bissell case: court rejects portions of OSP key witness testimony. Rambo teacher caged for assaulting female students. That viral video we saw online. And Afarinik distributes 400,000 free cocoa seedlings to Volta region farmers.
The news center: after Sedina Oforiata, that is Dr. Ayini, heading to Washington for deal to exchange him for Ghanaians wanted by USA. And GHS graduates, another drown in Chifu Atimokwa rivers. That very disturbing story on the front page of the news center. And then Supreme Court asked to stop DACF transfers to members of parliament. All of that on the front page of the news center.
If you go to the custodian this morning, what is presidential about them? Kwesi Pratt questions credentials of NDC aspirants. And the World Cup kicks off tomorrow. The World Cup 2026 it kicks off tomorrow. Yesterday we did an exercise. We asked AI to predict Ghana's fortunes at the World Cup.
And they say, well,
since we are not qualifying from the group stage, we'll play third.
As for AI, the AI will use team for and everything, but Ghana can qualify.
You know, later in the night, I looked at it again. He said we will beat Panama 2-0. And then the England will give us at least 3 goals. And then if we try, we can draw with Croatia. If we try.
But that's what we've always said we're going to do. But you know the good thing? We can actually beat England.
England?
Yes, we can. I didn't say we will. I said we can.
Yeah, but everybody can beat anybody.
Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, we can beat them. Well, let's go.
Okay, so more stories from the custodian. Waste managers urge sustainable funding for Accra sanitation. And Anodompre donates 208,000 for Nsawam Hospital OPD expansion. Declare District Assembly's Common Fund payments to MPs illegal. Ghanaian citizen to the Supreme Court. And Lands Minister launches small-scale mining scheme.
The publisher, the Ghanaian publisher, IEAG hails ICOM's impact on port operations. And then a Dubohin trial, court allows key email evidence. Citizen move to block DACF payments to MPs. Mama Parts calls for strong action to end obstetric fistula. Yesterday there was drama on the floor when Alexander Afenyomakin tried to mention that word, those words. And then NDC 2028 race: Pratt questions credentials of NDC force on the Ghanaian publisher, the front page.
If you go to the Accra Times, Afoko pushes 3 hours agenda for NPP revival, calls for unity and strategic planning. NPA marks World LPG Day 2026 and go back to work. Embattled Konfanochi Teaching Hospital CEO cries to staff.
Okay, let's go online now. The online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
And Zenith Bank says, stay alert, shine your eye when someone calls claiming to be from Zenith Bank. Fraudsters can sound professional, confident and convincing. They may ask you to confirm your account details to help resolve a supposed problem or secure your account. Remember, Zenith Bank will never ask for your PIN, password or OTP over the telephone, email or via any channel. If a caller asks for this information, do not share it. End the call immediately and call Zenith Bank on 054 200 111. Shine your eye, spot the fraud, stop the fraud. This is a message from Zenith Bank in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks.
MyJoyOnline.com. The assurances were good. Ashanti Regional Chair of GRNMA on suspended industrial action, and Mahama orders NADMO to map restricted lands to keep flooding risks in Accra. That nobody should be punished. GRNMA defends Kath CEO of a bed crisis, and UGMC hits new milestone with 15 successful kidney transplants. That is incredible. Gamanche unveils Sacred Crown Awards, ages African heritage and wellness push. And then government allocating World Cup slots to NDC MPs and party supporters. That is Habib Idrisu, the deputy minority whip, speaking. All of that, I join online.
Yes, and Kweku, you read the Mahama story, ordering NADMO to map restricted lands to curb flooding risks in Accra. I still want to ask this question. What happened to the parametric flood risk insurance policy for the Greater Accra metropolitan area? That policy we were supposed to take to ensure that the poorest of the poor and people within the Greater Accra region, when flooding happens, they can get some relief. What happened to it? And what has NADMO done so far to support victims of this year's floods? These are two questions I'm still putting out to the Ministry of Finance, the government, and also to NADMO. Now, if you go to citynewsroom.com, Mahama reviews list of 808 staff at Jubilee House. There's a full breakdown of the list. We have that list here. Free speech is guaranteed, but be responsible. This is Sam George speaking. And minority accuses government of secret World Cup travel slots for NDC loyalists and stop chasing awards. Prioritize flood solutions. Nimoy Thompson speaking. And demystifying long-term planning key to Ghana's development. This is Nimoy Thompson. Akoto says 16,000 health workers to be recruited in 2026. And it will also be great to hear from Akoto on when all the stalled hospital projects will be completed. They should give us timelines. Afari, we want to complete it by end of next month. It will be good to know that as well from the Minister of Health.
Let's get into the details of the stories.
Yes, the news center is reporting that the Attorney General is heading to Washington for a deal to exchange Xenophobia for Ghanaians who are also wanted by USA. And this is by Elvis Darko. Says Attorney General and Minister for Justice Dominic Ayine is expected to hold high-level bilateral talks with officials of the U.S. Department of Justice aimed at resolving all outstanding extradition requests between Ghana and the U.S. following the successful extradition of former Maslok chief Sedina Tamaklo Ationu to Ghana. The discussions expected to take place in the coming days are likely to focus heavy on Ghana's efforts to secure the return of former Finance Minister Xenophobia and his former technical advisor Ernest Dakwakore, both of whom face criminal charges in Ghana. The meeting comes at a time when extradition cooperation between the two countries is receiving renewed attention following the return of Tamaklo Ationu, marking the first successful extradition from the United States to Ghana in nearly 17 years. So that is a big story in the news center. We'll see how that one goes when the Attorney General arrives from the US to Ghana.
Let's go to my Joe Online now. Mahama orders NADMO to map restricted lands to curb flooding risks in Accra. The story says the President John Dramani Mahama has directed the National Disaster Management Organization and a national task force to conduct a comprehensive assessment of restricted and protected lands across Accra as part of renewed efforts to address the city's recurring flooding challenges. He explained that the teams have been mandated to move across the capital, identify encroached and vulnerable areas, and compile a detailed report on lands that are not authorized for development. So that's the story, but I'll still go back to the 3rd of June 2016. Around that time, you remember the president issued a directive to the Engineering Council. That's 10th June. In fact, today is the 10th of June 2026, right?
Yeah.
So on the 10th of June 2016, the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, gave an ultimatum to the Engineering Council to provide solutions to flooding. He gave them 2 weeks. What happened to that ultimatum, and what solutions did they prefer, and did we implement them? 10 years on.
Yeah. That's how we've seen our city getting flooded and all of the crazy stuff we've seen over the last few days.
Sadly, it's only in Ghana that we know all the solutions to our problems.
Oh yes,
but we never implement them. Because if I ask you, what should we do to deal with flood? Stop building in waterways, expand our drainage system, and make sure that people don't dump refuse. We know all of them, but we will come back next year and talk about the same thing,
or 10 years later.
Because for some reason, the very people we put in authority to do the right things just don't care.
Yeah, nobody cares.
So when it rains, then you find MMDCs, they'll go around, you find ministers, they'll go around. Same script. In 2021, Asenso Wache did a presentation to cabinet. He warned us that if we don't invest today, in 2021, the problems will be bigger. Where are we? Let's go for the BBC News. We'll come back and talk about this. And the BBC News brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Today we meet the founder of one of Southeast Asia's fastest growing fintech companies. Cecilia Chu tells us how she went from public housing in Hong Kong, a failed startup, and more than 200 investor rejections to building a company that processes billions of dollars in payments every year. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up on the BBC World Service, the interview, Conversations with People Shaping Our World, with me, Charles Gitonga, presenter of Focus on Africa. For this episode, I speak to Mohamed Duji, businessman, philanthropist, and one of Africa's youngest billionaires. He is the owner of METL Group, a Tanzanian conglomerate with family roots. It was founded by his grandparents and then developed by his father in the 1970s. In this interview, he talks about how he made his money, what it felt like to become a billionaire, and why he believes wealth comes with responsibility.
I was 39 years old, and this whole thing kind of came out in the news that Mo is not only a billionaire, but he's Africa's youngest billionaire. I want to make money in the right way, ethically, but more importantly, I want to use this money to be able to give back.
Mohamed Duji. Hear more on the interview after the news.
BBC News with Maura Alderson. The United States says it's completed a series of strikes against Iran, which has retaliated by launching drones and missiles. The US military said it targeted air defense systems, ground control stations and radar sites. It described the attacks as a proportional response to the downing of an American helicopter on Monday. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard say they've hit back with strikes on US bases in Bahrain, Jordan and Kuwait. From Jerusalem, here's Yolande Nell.
This amounts to really one of the most serious escalations that there's been between the US and Iran since the ceasefire came into effect 2 months ago, and it comes just a day after President Trump was suggesting once again that we were just days away from a deal with Iran, and also after he'd put significant pressure on Israel to stop its first confrontation with Iran since the ceasefire came into effect. And of course it has put US Arab allies back under attack as well.
Rebels fighting the military government in Myanmar have told the BBC they're losing ground because of a shortage of manpower and equipment. New drone technology and the forced recruitment of tens of thousands of conscripts has helped the junta to retake lost territory. Our reporter Quentin Somerville was in Myanmar.
The rebels are taking far more defensive positions than offensive positions. One of the biggest rebel groups in the north of the country has said exactly that. It's switched to defensive operations. And what we're seeing across the country is a counter-offensive from Myanmar's military, and that counter-offensive is making progress. They've managed to take some strategic areas. They still don't control large parts of the country. Fewer than half of the country is under their control, but they're making gains.
The Taliban authorities in Afghanistan say Pakistan has carried out airstrikes in 3 provinces, killing 13 people and injuring a further 14. A Taliban spokesman called it a humanitarian crime. The reported strikes followed an attack by the Pakistani Taliban on a security forces checkpoint near Peshawar, which killed at least 6 paramilitaries. A Sudanese man is due in court in Northern Ireland today, accused of attempted murder over a knife attack that's led to anti-immigration unrest in Belfast. The arrested man is a refugee who entered Britain via France and then Ireland. From Belfast, Chris Page has this report.
It was a night of disruption and destruction after police and politicians had pleaded for protests to be peaceful. The homes of several families from a migrant background were targeted in North Belfast. Some were set on fire. In the east of the city, men wearing masks attacked houses. Footage shows a family being escorted to an armoured police van while homes burn in the background. A bus was also set alight.
BBC News. An
Indonesian court has jailed 4 soldiers for their involvement in an acid attack on an activist known for campaigning against the growing influence of the military. The defendants' sentences range from 1 to 3 years in prison. They were found guilty of premeditated assault for the attack in March that left Andrew Yunus blind in one eye. South African police say gunmen have shot dead 12 people at an informal settlement in Johannesburg. A search is underway for the attackers. More than 10 men reportedly arrived at the settlement and opened fire on residents before escaping in a van. The world's largest chip maker has rejected suggestions that the hundreds of billions of dollars being poured into artificial intelligence infrastructure amount to a bubble. The chief financial officer of the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company told the BBC that demand for AI remains so strong that the firm is doing everything it can to keep pace. New figures show the world experienced the second hottest May on record last month. The EU's climate monitor said average temperatures were driven up by the developing El Niño weather pattern and an unusually early heatwave in Western Europe. Almost 20,000 people in Japan have signed an online petition protesting against the Trump administration's use of manga and anime characters in social media posts. Kurumi Mori has this report.
U.S. President Donald Trump shared a video on Truth Social on Saturday depicting him as Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the anime and manga series Naruto. In another post, the White House released videos combining footage of U.S. military strikes on Iran with clips from Yu-Gi-Oh! These posts have drawn criticism from some fans, with tens of thousands signing an online petition. They argue that such use of these works in political or military contexts may go against the intentions of the original creators.
BBC News.
Hello, I'm Charles Gitonga, presenter of Focus.
Mommy just needs to hold it.
The 6-story uncompleted building sits along the road near School Junction at Ashalibuche, adjacent to a filling station and just a few meters from the Ashalibuche cluster of schools. For years, residents have looked forward to the demolition of the structure after the Adentan Municipal Assembly, in a 2020 press release, stated that it was taking all necessary steps and liaising with relevant state agencies to assess and ensure the safe removal of the building with immediate effect. The developer at the time did not have a building permit. Joy News sources indicate that the Assembly subsequently filed a suit in court seeking an order to demolish the structure. The MCE for the area, Ella Christian Nungo, explained that the then MCE at a point opted for an out-of-court settlement, and so the case is no longer in court.
So still in 2020, the Assembly decided to go to court for a court order to be able to demolish it. Just when the Assembly had presented all the evidences, the developer joined the case somehow, and there was a change in leadership. So the second, my immediate past MC had to, convince the court, however, to bring the matter home. So as we speak now, the matter is not in court. The Assembly doesn't have a court order to demolish it.
Residents say they have grown tired of speaking to the media, as several reports over the years have yielded little or no results. Kwame Opoku operates a lotto business directly in front of the building.
We get scared anytime it threatens to rain. We leave here and come back later, after the rains have subsided. So we are really scared. The building is tall, so if possible, the government can arrange with a developer so that they can remove about 2 stories from it.
You look to this building, which was supposed to be demolished some 5 years ago, you realize that parts of it looks very disorganized, deteriorating, they keep falling. This is a compound. There are children who come around to play around. This is the concern of the residents here. 2 months ago, the Ghana National Fire Service posted a notice of prohibition on the structure, directing the developer to produce a fire permit within 24 hours or face sanctions. The municipal chief executive is assuring residents that the building will be demolished within a month.
We have engaged the services of AESL to come and do a structural defects test, which we are waiting for their report by next week to get a court order to demolish it.
Reporting for Joy News, I am Gemma Apia. The 6-story uncompleted building sits along the road near School Junction at Ashaleboche, adjacent to a filling station and just a few meters from the Ashaleboche cluster of schools. For years, residents have looked forward to the demolition of the structure after the Adentan Municipal Assembly, in a 2020 press release, stated that it was taking all necessary steps and liaising with relevant state agencies to assess and ensure the safe removal of the building with immediate effect. The developer at the time did not have a building permit. Joy News sources indicate that the Assembly subsequently filed a suit in court seeking an order to demolish the structure. The MCE for the area, Ella Christian Nungo, explained that the then MCE at a point opted for an out-of-court settlement, and so the case is no longer in court.
So still in 2020, the Assembly decided to go to court for a court order to be able to demolish it. Just when the Assembly had presented all the evidences, the developer joined the case somehow, and there was a change in leadership. So the second, my immediate past MC had to, convince the court, however, to bring the matter home. So as we speak now, the matter is not in court. The Assembly doesn't have a court order to demolish it.
Residents say they have grown tired of speaking to the media, as several reports over the years have yielded little or no results. Kwame Opoku operates a lotto business directly in front of the building.
Even since you because
we get scared anytime it threatens to rain. We leave here and come back later after the rains have subsided. So we are really scared. The building is tall, so if possible, the government can arrange with a developer so that they can remove about 2 stories from it.
You look to this building, which was supposed to be demolished some 5 years ago, you realize that parts of it looks very disorganized, deteriorating, they keep falling. This is a compound. There are children who come around to play around. This is the concern of the residents here. 2 months ago, the Ghana National Fire Service posted a notice of prohibition on the structure, directing the developer to produce a fire permit within 24 hours or face sanctions. The municipal chief executive is assuring residents that the building will be demolished within a month.
We have engaged the services of AESL to come and do a structural defects test, which we are waiting for their report by next week to get a court order to demolish it.
Reporting for Joy News, I am Gemma Apia.
Unforgettable winning moments, and now your winning moment could be next. Buy a Samsung Galaxy device from now till July 3rd from any authorized dealer and stand a chance to win Samsung TVs every week. From Galaxy phones, tablets and watches to refrigerators, microwaves, and even an 85-inch Samsung TV to upgrade your matchday experience at home. Visit samsung.txtghana.com after purchase and enter your details to enter the weekly draw, and you could be one of our lucky winners. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of the Zenith SME business card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302 680 884 or 0307 086 370. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Wake up, good morning, good morning.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best on Joy 99.7 FM.
Ready to be born better, you know what time it is. But them a rapper man was short. But them a stand by you, show me end resort. My craft flow, you can see cackle a pot. I'm a just champagne, you know, I think I know the sauce. Check. My man signed a check. 20,000 Ghana, J, for cool stress. My man for punching is your first. Last two apart from me, are you the best? From the executioner to me, myself and I, it's a coup d'etat. I feel the same, I'm the bush over Jupiter. Last two, I sent the gym again, I won't go in the bar. My sister, I get tight and see. Won't you see the difference between fight and peace? Me better Santi, and yeah, me claiming nice and see. But me brother, trust me, you can see. Me will be pain, and you're my first time. The way it's like what they are, the first one. I can't be the best of all time. I've been doing people, I've been my best one. Yes, I was rapping in beat. Open on your 10 and catch your German shocks. I didn't beat. Who the flow, what the wonder walk 6 feet. Hammer, Charlie, this be some sick beat. Now me born one hour to chat. But then the back of boy in a dance before. Well, who know anyone out to it? He said, well, you are the four. Hey, okay, I make that trap more. Second Sahara in the swimming, that's what. Me go I'm in there. Who up to me when it does what? Somebody every day, somebody, somebody. Somebody every day, somebody, somebody. Somebody every day, somebody, somebody. The night, my team shooting a sparkle champagne bottle. 1915, when they come the trouble hustle. Can rapper punching in the tune, the damage to gospel. 50 years, I'm a chick on the Jordan and petrol. Rapper chassis and I'm paying for friend in some boom. And I got property, I'm feel like pops and cool. I kick a neighbor, not based in neighbor. Son, I'm a pen and the son, I'm again a rap yamin do. When you mean, yeah, but they do the yamid. I'm a near me who, it is from my team. And then they be rapping the young my baby. Nothing can say, and so many times we go. How much I'm a number they come to Nego 25. Or Chemical Studio 2 seconds to change my life. I had to sacrifice. Or thank you for bites. And this one can see a pound of food to you for compromise. Pressure need your back. When you're sonny rappers, so now you can get better. Thank you for the back. The band is also better. So be in the last, I do. You will trouble papa. Now me more no one I want to get no. But in the back, you're going in a dance.
Charlie, this one. X-Ray DJ. The way you were nodding made me feel. It feels like Charlie, you actually remembered your good old days.
No, sometimes you wake up and you just want to enjoy life, right? But with all the problems we are dealing with in the country, we just can't sit on radio and just play some good music and vibe. And I pray that one day, all these problems, flooding, power issues, unemployment, housing, transportation, will solve it. Imagine sitting in a tram or a train or a proper bus on a bus lane going to work, and you're spending 25 minutes just from home to work, and this song is just playing in the bus or the train with your hot chocolate in hand. Just imagine that in this Accra
from Asoprochuna. From Asoprochuna.
Yes.
You better know Asoprochuna.
Yes, the Spintex side.
Yes. Asoprochuna. I used to join that train years ago. It was one city in 1 cedi out.
Yeah.
So when I'm going back home, I then would go stand by the Word Miracle Church, now Perez Chapel, you know, behind Perez Chapel, that train stop, you know, Charlie, you go and stand there, takes you to Asoprochona. So I'll go and park my car at, you know, Asoprochona. And they had a car park, lots of people will park their cars there, join the train. Charlie, it was good.
Does it still work?
I need to check.
Like, does it still work like you used to? I know the train still moves. Charlie, but Winston, just imagine that you wake up in the morning, you wake up at 6:30 or even 7 because you are reporting to work at 8. Those of us who can bath in 5 minutes and dress up in 5 minutes, you get to the train or the bus station, you get on the bus, express lane, trains are working, sky trains, not the abandoned one, the better one you build. And then you are drinking your hot chocolate from Cocoa Marketing Company or something.
Now come home.
You know.
Wait.
And you are listening to this. Now come home. Why can't you have a Ghana like that?
You see, you know Machiavelli.
Why can't you have a Ghana like that?
You know Machiavelli.
Yes.
He says, he who thinks of how life ought to be is on a path of destruction. But he who thinks of how life is on a path of preservation. Let's be on a path of preservation.
But Kofi, Machiavelli is right. But sometimes when you think about, look, on this day in 2019, you remember the story of the 70-year-old man who died because of no bed. It happened around this time in 2019.
Yes.
Just imagine right now, one of the biggest stories in Ghana is Konfanochi had no beds. CEO acts, he's been suspended. Doctors are on strike. So
they've suspended the strike.
Yes,
but you see,
but we also have to strive for perfection. We have to strive for, because there are other countries where systems work.
It's good that you've brought this in, because this message that I got, let me share it with you and then we'll continue. It says you asked the right question. Where are the drip equipment? We don't need to pull down houses of innocent people who occupied areas first and reward indisciplined money-wielding folks who later inconvenience residents. Rather, they should dredge regularly and widen the drains. Also parade a few indisciplined residents caught on camera dumping rubbish into drains to serve as a deterrent. Yeah.
And I agree. And where's the drip coordinator?
Nila Antivanapo, is around.
Is drip dripping?
Look, we need to get serious in this country.
Can you read the Machiavelli thing again for me?
Or have it in mind.
Please.
He who thinks of how life ought to be is on a path of destruction. But
in 2018, 11th of June, the man wakes up. He was called Mr. Champon.
Okay.
I'm not sure he thought he would have an emergency. He lived in Aoshi. He was rushed to C&J hospital. It took about 34 minutes to get there. They covered 16.1 kilometers. C&J no bed, so he was rushed to Kolebu. 6.6 kilometers. No bed. Kolebu. Then from Kolebu to Kolebu Polyclinic. No bed. Kolebu Polyclinic to Ridge Hospital, which is the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. No bed. From Ridge Hospital to Police Hospital, which still has a new wing being constructed, which has lasted over 10 years, has seen no completion. No bed. Then Police Hospital to Trust Hospital. No bed. Trust Hospital, the one was 70 years old, so he was a retiree, right? And the Smith Hospital is the Trust Hospital is, let's say, hospitals for retirees. No bed. And moved from Trust to Lekma. No bed, and he died. This man, I'm sure when you reflect on what Machiavelli has said, which is true, largely for the dystopian environment we have, actually would have been alive if we have strived to prove Machiavelli wrong with what he said. But who is doing it? Which leader in this country is saying that, like, I've been to every place and I've seen almost perfect systems, not even perfect systems, improved systems, and I'm doing it right for this country. From road construction to healthcare provisioning to education to agriculture to digital inclusion to sports to everything. who is saying that Ghana is almost 70 years old and we used to be a shining example and we want to shine brighter by doing the right things for the people of Ghana and delivering progress.
Kojo, I would share with you another saying from Machiavelli.
Yes.
He says that diseases at their early stages are very difficult to find. But when found, easy to treat. At the later stages, they are easy to find, but difficult to treat.
So if flooding is a disease, right, at the early stages we didn't find it. Now it's advanced and we should be able to. But you know the funny thing, I've read extensively the Accra town plan of 1958.
Oh yes, the one that E.T. Mensah used to carry around years ago.
He used to carry it around.
Yes.
I've read extensively the Accra town plan of 1958, and back then plans were in place. I've also read the various development plans of the former town and country planning department, now Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority. At least if I don't know anything, I didn't know anything. When June 3 happened, I was on radio. We organized events, statements were released, action plans were put together. What did you do with the action plans? In fact,
well, you know, I wish
let's pray for a better,
I want to go back
and
to
an improved Ghana.
How we should treat this. Okay, we should treat this as like a mutiny. There's something that Machiavelli says. If you want to injure a man, injure him such that you will not fear his vengeance. Let us deal with flooding in a way that will not fear flooding again. And we have everything to deal with it.
Yes.
Let's do it once and for all. And like the message I read to you from a lecture at UPSA, look, we have the plan, master plan. And I have said it here on this show before, that one of my only challenges with Jerry John Rawlings is that having served as head of state, military ruler for 11 years, I felt, I know people disagree with me, but I felt he should have nationalized all lands in this country. Nationalize the lands, properly plan these, the developments. Because to the people, you know, even the estates that are springing up, many of them don't even tar the roads. You know, they just sell the lands, and that's the end.
And they will advertise that it is fully serviced plots and it's 5 minutes from the airport, and you drive 3 hours to get to the place.
Kojo, look, this morning someone sent me a message about the situation in Domiabra. Let me just share this very soon, because I am, look, I'm getting fed up with this everyday conversation about floods, because it's the same thing over and over again. But let me just share this message. You know, someone who lives around that area. He says, okay, let me start from this way. I live at Domiabra. It was terrible for me yesterday. I walked through the heavy floods to pick up my children who were stranded in their school bus and unable to cross from the Nessus Junction to Domiabra because of flooding. To reach them, I had to pay 2 men to guide me through the floodwaters and help me cross safely to the other side. It was a difficult journey, but as a parent, you do what you have to do to ensure that your children are safe. I got home before 7 p.m. from Accra via the Obeyeye Ashalaja Domiabra route, only to be informed that my children had still not arrived home. The situation on the bridge linking Kaswa, Domiabra and Amasaman is deeply worrying. The heavy rains and flooding appear to have weakened parts of the structure, and one cannot help but fear that it could cave in at any time if urgent attention is not given to it. This morning, if you live around that area, I want you to share your experience with us, okay? Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp, 055-1111-997. Okay.
Is the Ministry of Works and Housing, should we disband that ministry so that we know that, Charlie, each one for himself, God for us all?
Let me ask a question. What does the Ministry of Works and Housing do?
The ministry is supposed to ensure works and housing.
Can the assemblies not do that?
Because look, Winston, sometimes when you think about the flooding issue, you also conclude that it's a housing problem, because we've not been able to provide housing and build upwards, use the state's power and resources to solve this problem. Everybody is building, and the city is extending. So places where we don't have to even build, people are solving this national problem privately, and it's creating another national problem. But we have a ministry that is supposed to lead that in that industry.
Great, Kojo. The Ministry of Works and Housing. But this morning also, high-rank official in South Africa will be joining us to have a conversation about the xenophobic attacks here on the Super Morning Show. And that interview starts exactly at 8 a.m. But time now for us to talk about water tanks, and I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. Look, if your water tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know what you have to do, because the tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. Strong, durable, and built to handle a Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have a tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage that's stuff like a tortoise. Call 0244 33516 to buy now. Find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, you're strong, you're tough.
And if you are building, you need a Syntex tank, and you also need Sun Cablo cables and accessories for your home. They make the cables here in Ghana, 99.99% pure copper, and it's certified and approved by the Ghana Standards Authority and Energy Commission. So if you go anywhere to buy your cables and accessories, ask for Sun Cablo cables and accessories, including switches, sockets, multi-lamp holders, and many more. And if you want to buy in bulk, you call 024-337-4034. Sun Cablo, Light in Africa. Sun Cablo from Side Go House. Now we be the plug.
You know, we don't talk about how stressful it could be to figure out what nourishing breakfast to give kids every morning. Charlie, it's not easy. But that's why Milo All-in-One is such a great option. It's creamy, delicious taste kids can't have enough of. But there's more to Milo All-in-One. Okay, that rich, milky taste. There's so much goodness in every pack. Just take a moment to read the back of pack and you see for yourself. It's important nutrients combined with malt that supports energy release, cocoa for that rich taste, milk for calcium to support them as they grow. So keep choosing Milo All-in-One, not just for that special taste, but also for that nourishing goodness. Milo, energy to go further.
And Winston, finally, is about to go down.
Let it go down.
When I say chobo, you say yay. Chobo, yay. Chobo, yay. Chobo, yay. Chobo, yay. Chobo.
What is it?
We need Elvis Efia and Chris. DJ Charlie, the Ministry of Education is pleased to announce the official launch of the Ghana National Research Fund. You see what I'm saying, Choboy? The Ministry of Education is pleased to announce the official launch of the Ghana National Research Fund, to be officiated by the President, John Dramani Mahama. Established under the Ghana National Research Fund Act 2020, Act 1056, the Ghana National Research Fund is Ghana's national mechanism for providing predictable and sustainable funding for research, innovation, technology transfer and commercialization to support national development. And this launch is happening on Tuesday, 16th June 2026, 10 a.m. Labadi Beach Hotel. Special guest of honor is the President. And the launch marks an important milestone in Ghana's efforts to place research, innovation and knowledge at the center of national development, economic growth and evidence-based policy making. I'm happy about this. We've been calling for proper funding for research and something seems to be coming. Let's hope that this National Research Fund, after the launch, will not remain something that has been launched, but something that will work for the people of Ghana.
Sure, but you know the Bank of Africa is inviting you to reactivate your dormant account today. So Bank of Africa is inviting you to reactivate your dormant account today. Discover the refresh range of products and services from the enhanced SME support facility to the convenience of a USD debit card, credit card and much more. Updating your account is easy Simply visit any Bank of Africa branch with your Ghana card. For any assistance, call Bank of Africa on 0302 429 333 or 0302 249 690. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
And if you are planning a trip abroad, don't wait until you are stranded in a foreign country. Those of you going to the US of A, Mexico and Canada for the World Cup, get covered with Glyco travel insurance before you fly. From medical emergencies to flight delays to lost luggage, Glyco has you covered every step of the way. So give them a call by calling 0555 305 547. Travel smart, travel protected. Glyco will cushion you for life.
And the China-Europe International Business School offers world-class executive education for ambitious leaders and entrepreneurs. Its global EMBA in Shanghai, taught across 12 countries with unmatched global exposure, ranks number 2 globally by Financial Times and has remained in the top 2 for 8 consecutive years. The full-time MBA, also in Shanghai, shapes future-ready professionals and is ranked number 1 in Asia for 10 consecutive years and number 8 globally. In Ghana, the Advanced Management Program equips senior executives with strategic leadership capabilities, while the Owner-Director Program empowers family business leaders and directors to scale sustainably. The Women Entrepreneurship and Leadership for Africa WELA program, run across Ghana and Nigeria, supports female leaders and aspiring entrepreneurs to build strong structures and systems for business growth and scale. Join Seeds to gain global insight, practical skills, and a powerful alumni network to accelerate your impact. For registration and inquiries, call them on 0544 315 238, 0544 315 238, or visit ceibs.edu/Africa.
And if you want to give your business the competitive edge it deserves, the Dawa Industrial Zone, which is a world-class industrial park, is the place for you to go. It's spread across 2,000 acres of prime industrial land with proper modern infrastructure, strategic connectivity, and a thriving ecosystem of manufacturers. There are heavy industries, automotive industries, textile production businesses, logistics companies, and food and agro-processing enterprises, all within a well-segmented industrial zone. It's the Dawa Industrial Zone. It's the ideal destination for growth and expansion. So position your business for success in one of West Africa's fastest growing industrial hubs. You can call 055-204-0000 today or visit diz-ghana.com. Dawa Industrial Zone, where industry thrives.
And I'm sure you've heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies. Well, Total has introduced Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel, with its powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Now, thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. Charlie, you will drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality.
And Franco Trading is your leading mobile phone, accessories, and electronic retail outlet. Did you know that they give you up to 40% discount if you shop online?
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, so you can download the Franco Trading app or you go to francotrading.com to buy all that you need when it comes to Nokia phones, Samsung devices, iPhones, smart TVs, air conditioners, chest freezers, refrigerators, washing machines, and a whole lot more. If you also need CCTV cameras, they can give you and they can help you and set it up for you as well. So call Franco on 0246 422338. Franco is still phone papa.
Now, Kojo, let's get to let's get onto the phone lines because we need to find out the situation around the Kaswa Domiabra area.
Yeah.
And Seth Kufieji is the correspondent with Adum FM, but he's around that area now. Kufi, good morning and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
Great. So help us understand the situation from Kaswa through to Domiabra yesterday after the rains.
As you said, yesterday after the rains, river, there's a river called River J. It crosses Kaswa Amasama Road at Nexus Quarters, where BR University is located. Okay. That is where the river crosses the main road. So after the rainfall, the River J overflow its boundaries and take over the major highway, stop commuters from Amatama to Kaswa, while this from Kaswa to Amatama was also stuck for about 8 to 10 hours. Yesterday at around 8:39 o'clock p.m., which is municipal chief executive, including Admiral, are the scene to support the people of Dastat to find lasting solution about the matter. But unconfirmed reports indicate that 2 people were washed away by the heavy flood. The MC told us that 2 people, unconfirmed reports indicate that 2 people were washed away while they were trying to cross the river from Kaswa direction to Amasama direction.
Okay, that's what the MCE told you. You said that's what the MCE told you?
Yes. Which is it municipal chief executive said, Bamini, that's what he told us.
Okay. All right. Kofi, we'll get back to you. Keep following up on that. We'll get back to you on that. Thank you very, very much. That's Seth Kofi J, who's with our sister station at Dome FM. But you know, your salary deserves better. So switch to Fidelity Bank and enjoy amazing benefits, lower interest rates, higher loan amounts, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. It's time to switch and smile wider with Fidelity Bank. To learn more, call them on 0800 00 3355 or visit fidelitybank.com.j4 or connect with them on social media at Fidelity Bank GH. Fidelity Bank, believe with us. Stay with us. We'll return with sports and birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show.
Hello? Charlie, I'm at the library. Why do you keep calling me?
Wait, question. What's the capital of Burkina Faso?
Ouagadougou. Bye.
Wait. Which planet is the hottest in the solar system?
Venus. Charlie, why all these questions?
See, I'm playing the MTN Swipe and Win promo. I might cash out some cool 1,000 Ghana cedis today.
1,000 cedis? Shh. Charlie, what's the next question?
Join the MTN Swipe and Win promo today. Answer trivia, earn points, and stand a chance to win 1,000 Ghana cedis every day. Weekly cash of 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 Ghana cedis. A brand new Hyundai Texan in the first 3 months, and the ultimate grand prize of 500,000 Ghana cedis. Recharge your account to qualify for the daily draws. To join, visit swipeandwinpromo.mtn.com.gh. Download the My MTN app or dial *5030#. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. TNCs apply.
MTN. For 130 years, Standard Chartered has been there for Ghana and for you, supporting your financial aspirations and driving your business ambitions, opening doors to new possibilities, turning small dreams into big realities, and bringing banking to the palm of your hands. For 130 years, we have been there, empowering the next generation to soar higher. And as always, we believe we can achieve even more together. This year, as we celebrate 130 years of operations in Ghana, we look into the future with you because we are bringing 130 years of expertise to power your wealth and business ambitions, 130 years of heritage to power your aspirations. Let's partner for progress. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Ghana! The World Cup spirit is here. The rhythm of the game is calling, and Hisense is bringing the stadium heat right to your doorstep. We know football runs through your veins. Now, as we root for our very own Black Stars on the world stage, Hisense is taking the experience to the next level with exclusive World Cup promo offers that you simply can't miss. From 8th to 18th June, every goal and every celebration will feel legendary. Whether you are screaming "Goal!" from your bedroom, the office, or the lounge, our televisions and sound systems are built to capture the authentic stadium atmosphere for every football lover in Ghana. From sleek 32-inch smart TVs to mind-blowing
conduct in our country, and call on the government to stop the persecution of citizens who exercise their right of free speech. I thank you very much. And indeed, I see that the Minister of Communication is here to lend his support to the statement delivered by the minority leader. And given that he's the Minister for Communication who has a role in the exercise of free speech, and a man who exercised a lot of free speech when he was on the other side of the equation, and therefore he's here to support what we are telling you. And I hope that after I've spoken and exercised my right of free speech, I will not find myself on the wrong side of the law.
I can assure my brother that he has nothing to fear.
we have a country to protect, and we'll build our country together. Free speech will be protected under this government and every other government. But we should also be responsible in our utterances. That's all we're asking for. We have one country, one people. And so be rest assured, your freedom of speech is guaranteed.
We certainly don't support irresponsible speech. The minority do not support irresponsible speech. But we insist that when people cross the line and they engage in irresponsible speech and they injure the reputation of all manner of persons, the remedy is through the civil courts and not through the criminal justice system and not through
collection and other payments. Call us or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details. And Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa.
Let me say a belated happy birthday to Kathleen Mami Isi Lumo. This is from DD, KK and JJ. They want to take this opportunity to tell you they love you so much and they also appreciate all you do for them as a wife and a mother. So this one goes to Kathleen Mami Isi Lumo. Yesterday was your birthday.
Okay, so this one says happy Earth Day to you, Lizzie. Live life, make just exist. Now cemetery is full of unfulfilled dreams. More life and grace to you from your brother-in-law Senyo Agbazuke. Senyo says what? Cemetery is full of unfulfilled dreams.
Yeah, and a special 18th birthday going out to you, Bradley Kobe Bray of Presec. Happy birthday to you. Is from the entire family and from your father as well, former MCE for Dansuman, Mr. Bray.
Final one here says happy 98th birthday to my dearest cousin, Mrs. Edith Colley of Ojo Street, North Kaneshi. God keep you and preserve you. We love you from Dan Boyfew, GM Treasury at the Multimedia Group. Anyway, let's get into the Sports Center now. Proudly brought to us by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go seamless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. And DSTV, the biggest football tournament, is here, and DSTV is giving you front row seats to all action live as the FIFA World Cup 2026, and it's that time when everything can wait, even sleep can wait. To DSTV, your home of entertainment and high sense, everyday prices for everyday people.
And for over 130 years, Standard Chartered has been more than a bank. They've been a partner in progress. They've helped to establish Ghana's financial system. They've built businesses and connected them to the world. They have 130 years of expertise to drive cross-border connections that move businesses forward. They are supporting financial and wealth aspirations, and they are sustainably impacting communities. So if you are looking for that banking partner with the experience, with the technology, with the cross-border might to help you grow your business, make it Standard Chartered. Standard Chartered believes we can achieve more by partnering together. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And you know how we do it when you cross over, graduate, win big, or new arrival, your people dust you with powder. And that's exactly what's happening right now thanks to MTN. People are upgrading to 4G, and trust me, the powder is flying everywhere. Grab the brand new HMD Arc for just 899 Ghana cedis and enjoy 2.5 gigabyte data every single month for 6 months. New phone, fast 4G, nice pictures, free data, more social media every month. Also, Kojo there before they say it's only you left. Visit any MTN service center and dealer shop nationwide to grab your HMD Arc today.
And the World Cup spirit is here from Hacho to Kumasi. The rhythm of the game is calling, and Hisense is bringing the stadium heat right to your doorstep. So mark your calendars from now to 28th of June. Every goal and every celebration will be legendary, and you'll feel it as well. Whether you are screaming goal from your bedroom, the office, or the lounge, the televisions and sound systems from Hisense are built to capture that authentic stadium atmosphere for every football lover. They have TV sets from 32-inch smart TVs to the mind-blowing 116-inch giant screens. You pair them with powerful Hisense sound systems so you can hear every chant and every whistle like you are sitting right in the stands. One of the things I'm praying for is one day for Fintu to be a commentator of a World Cup game on a global platform.
Take care.
So that I watch him on a 116-inch screen.
Take care.
A big sound system.
Thank you.
Except that you see me though. Yeah, but I'll hear you. Yes. So go to Hisense and enjoy everyday prices for everyday people. They've partnered MTN and DSTV to bring you special World Cup packages when you buy selected Hisense models. So call them on 030-255-0000. Go to hisense.com.gh.
Kojo, you see, I don't understand what is going on. Have you seen what Semenyo has done today?
No.
I saw him right now. He's the guy. Is the hottest thing in town. Every day he's signing new deals. Yesterday I saw that he's now doing things for a tea brand, holding cup of tea, Amoah tea, and I'm wondering.
It's your own chat in on show goes.
I hope that Amoah will help him score more goals because Otashi was chatting there. I was on the show go. So anyway, good morning to all of you. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fento Tahiru Fento. Now you remember the Somali referee who was turned away from the United States. Of course, he has now returned to Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, and he got back to a hero's welcome by his country mate there. Unbelievable scenes. We'll tell you a bit more about that later in the bulletin. But first,
FIFA for supporting me all the way, and Somali people also. So I'm very grateful for FIFA, for CAF also. So this is what I have to say.
So that's him, of course, speaking when he was leaving the airport. Let's stick with that story first, though, because it's an essential one. And with less than 24 hours until the 2026 World Cup kicks off, some dreams have already been shattered. Somali referee Omar Abdul Kader Artan is headed back to Mogadishu after being denied entry into the United States on arrival in Miami. The 34-year-old, the reigning African Referee of the Year, was set to become the first Somali official to referee at the World Cup, and he shared a few words with Turkish media before his departure, and as we've now reported, he's arrived back at Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, where he's received a hero's welcome. And he says the incident will not deter him, and he will continue to thrive as a referee. He is CAF's reigning Referee of the Year. He was given that award at the end of last year. Now, the Trump administration, of course, said on Tuesday that the United States denied Artan entry for the World Cup because of his links to suspected members of terror organizations. They had initially refused to explain why they refused him entry, but now they've come out to say they suspect that Artan has links to suspected members of terror organizations. The administration's strict immigration policies have been a point of concern ahead of the World Cup, with Washington imposing a sweeping travel ban last year on citizens of 12 countries, including Somalia. In total, 39 countries are facing travel bans to the United States. Meanwhile, criticism of the decision continues to grow. We first heard from the mayor of New York, and now lawyer and former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is among those condemning the move after Artan was turned away. Posting on X, formerly Twitter, Clinton said, and I'm quoting her, "As a World Cup host, the US shouldn't be flippantly barring officials from entering the country to do their jobs. It's terribly backward. It's also counterproductive," unquote. And she added, "Global sports competition should improve international exchange and relations, not the reverse," unquote. Now, Senegal is another country that was affected by some of these stringent measures by immigration officers. The Football Association of Senegal has defended footage showing their players undergoing security checks on an airport tarmac in the United States after the video sparked allegations of discriminatory treatment. The footage showed players being screened before traveling from North Carolina to Texas for a pre-World Cup friendly against Saudi Arabia. The federation said the checks complied with airport security regulations and were part of a special arrangement to speed up travel. The arrangement, it added, was designed to save time and facilitate boarding for the private flight to San Antonio. The friendly against Saudi Arabia, of course, ended goalless. In other matches, Iraq lost 2-0 to Venezuela earlier today in their final warm-up friendly before the World Cup. And Lionel Messi, he scored within minutes of making his return from injury as Argentina beat Iceland 3-0 in their final warm-up game in Alabama earlier today as well. Let's come back home and talk about the Black Stars. They returned to training in Virginia yesterday after getting a day off. As reported, it's unlikely that Ghana will play another friendly game before their opening game against Panama next Wednesday. Goalkeeper Lawrence Atiziki said the team is focused on making Ghana proud.
It's been a great experience. You can see all the guys are very ready, and we train very well. We're giving our best, and we're looking forward to this moment. He's a very experienced coach. He's got a lot of information, so we just have to take the good information he gives out and try to make use of it. The expectation is just a teamwork. We're going to fight till the end. We're going to give it all, and we hope that we're going to make Ghanaians proud. For me, it's not a matter of about the names. It's everything depends on us. We focus on ourselves, and like you said, we're giving ourselves good energy. We train well, and this is what we are really focused on.
That's Lawrence Atiziki there, Black Stars goalkeeper. Now, still on matters of the Black Stars, Sports and Recreation Minister Kofi Idi Adams remains optimistic that the Black Stars are in America to put on a show at the World Cup despite being the lowest ranked team.
Well, I think preparation has been good, even though our coach appointment came a bit late. He's done quite well. There's good spirit in camp. They are training very heavily, and we do promise Ghanaians that something good will come out. Even though if you look at the expectations and those who are doing all the analysis, they claim that Ghana is the least after Iraq to make any headway. But we are going to make a lot of headways. All the 48 teams that are in the Mundial are there to win. Ghana is also there to win.
That's right. Sports and Recreation Minister Kofi Idi Adams. We are there to win. That's the Black Stars, of course. He says the preparations for Ghana's World Cup participation are also going well, but the minority in Parliament are demanding that the House is briefed on the state of affairs. Here's the First Deputy Minority Whip, Habib Idrisu.
The players are already gone for the World Cup, and we have not been briefed, and we think that this is a matter we must not know. We are aware that government have procured 1,000 tickets from GFA. We are aware. And the ambassador has issued a statement saying that Ghanaians in the diaspora should write their names and get tickets for the matches. Who bought the tickets? How much is it costing the taxpayers? Over 2,000 people went to American embassy for visas. Visas 385. Who is paying it? Who are those people? You are doing with the tool available for you. I wanted him. I told him. We are aware that the majority side, we were given two slots each for the World Cup, and then that one. Nothing happened. They've been denied visas. Your members, they are not happy because they didn't even call some of their nominees. At Boateng, they are screaming them there. I have pictures, I have videos.
That's the MP for Tolon and First Deputy Minority Whip Habib Idrisu. So the Sports Minister is needed in Parliament by his colleagues to come and brief them on Ghana's World Cup preparations. Now, while Ghana will not be playing another friendly, their Group L opponents, England, face Costa Rica tonight at 8 p.m. It will be their second pre-World Cup friendly after they edged New Zealand 1-0 over last weekend. Now, speaking ahead of the game, England boss Thomas Tuchel said Bukayo Saka is still recovering from an Achilles injury and needs to be carefully managed.
We still have to take care a little bit about Bukayo, who had an injury in March camp and carried it through to, of course, into his club campaign, and was available and made himself available in the end of the season and did this brilliantly. But he was managed in between matches, and that continues a little bit at the very moment. So we're building him up and rebuilding him up. Noni is 100% available, Declan is 100% available, and Epps as well. So we need to take we're just coming from training, basically. Everyone was involved in training.
That's the England boss Thomas Tuchel. Before we go, Crystal Palace forward Eddie Nketiah. He's in Ghana. He wasn't selected for Ghana's World Cup campaign. He believes Ghanaian players have what it takes to thrive in Europe. His comments come after he watched some talents at his annual Nketiah Foundation football tournament at the University of Ghana Stadium yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot. I think the typical Ghanaian player is always silky, wants to try a trick, and technically very sound. So it's exciting to watch, and that's definitely something I think Europe is missing a bit at the moment. So hopefully there can be more Ghanaian players with the opportunity to play abroad and showcase their talents to the world.
Alright, so that's Eddie Nketiah there. He's in Ghana. He's here. Winston, man for Nanko World Cup, so he's here.
He should go and play for England.
What do you mean he should go and play for England? He's a Ghanaian.
But he didn't choose Ghana because he wants to play for England.
What do you mean he didn't choose Ghana? Did he also reject Ghana? Did you call him and he didn't come?
Oh,
where's the call up? Where's the story?
Please.
That he was called and he didn't come?
Play for England. He should play for England.
Winston, do you drink tea?
Yeah, I do.
And Tosamenyo says now everybody should drink Amat tea.
Which one?
What sign deal for some London tea brand called Amat tea? So now every day we try tea before the game. If you don't score after you try the tea before the game, then problem.
Ghanaians will tell you the last time they said footballers don't eat pepper. Somebody's eating pepper.
I say, do pepper. You know, Gary.
Anyway, let's get interactive. Thank you very much, Fentio. Let's get interactive this morning. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Number 10, liver salt, a refreshing relief, and Cowbell coffee with you every moment. And you know, the board of directors of EcoBank wishes to inform the shareholders that dividends will be paid for the 2025 financial year, following a strong financial performance and EcoBank Ghana PLC's commitment to delivering value to its shareholders and maintaining a resilient financial position. So shareholders are therefore reminded of the annual general meeting scheduled for Wednesday, 17th June 2026 at the EcoBank head office, Rage, Accra. The meeting will also be streamed live at EcoBank GH AGM in caps.com, and key highlights will include the approval of financial statements, dividend declaration, and other statutory business. They look forward to engaging the shareholders at the upcoming AGM. EcoBank Ghana PLC delivering value backed by strong financial performance. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. And of course, the Business Minute brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts. And Anointed wants you to know that they are into the sale of ultra silent fuel efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you'll enjoy a 5-year warranty. You also want to take maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. The services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tar lights and rental. Locate the East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at set number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide. They are into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals, and controls, as well as solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. The Bank of Ghana's increased dollar support to the foreign exchange market is beginning to yield results. Market data from last week indicates that the pace of the cedi's depreciation is slowing. Government says it will continue implementing enhanced tax incentives to encourage industries to establish operations in regions outside the major urban centers. The Ghana Statistical Service has announced significant progress on a new framework for measuring inflation and gross domestic product estimates. The new methodology is expected to be rolled out by the middle of next year. And oil prices have edged lower in volatile trading today. Brent crude futures slipped by 9 cents to $91.36 a barrel as renewed tensions between the United States and Iran weighed on market sentiment. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
So live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting energies, and Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. We'll be focusing on the xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Well, the second batch of Ghanaians got into the country over the weekend. Lots of issues here and there. We've been told of how they've been settled. But in South Africa, there's a conversation about, deportation of illegal migrants and who should be bearing that cost. Lots of issues. This morning, we'll be joined by their top diplomat here on the Super Morning Show shortly. But look, the good news is, Telecel family, is that we've got something special just for you. Starting this and every Wednesday when you buy your, first data bundle on the Telecel app, we're giving you an extra 25% bonus data, absolutely free. That's more browsing, more streaming, more chatting, and all the things you love without spending extra. Don't miss out. Download or open a Telecel app this Wednesday, buy your data bundle, and get your 25% bonus on your first purchase. Telecel, keeping you connected and giving you more value every day. Telecel, connecting energies. But that moment when the alarm rings and life is already asking questions, right? Campus, office, hustle, dreams waiting to be chased. Those are the moments when you need something that helps you show up and keep going. And that's why Cowbell Coffee stays with me every single moment. So whether you're grinding for that exam, pushing deadlines at work, or cooking up the next big idea, Cowbell Coffee gives you that creamy taste and rich coffee aroma to kickstart your day right. And you can enjoy it anytime because success, doesn't happen overnight. It's little moments, the early mornings, the late nights, and through it all, Cowbell Coffee Day with you. Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. And this is FDA approved. So when we return after these messages, we're going to be joined by the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. You can say as the Foreign Minister of South Africa, Ronald Lamola, here on the Super Morning Show. In fact, his joining us already. Let me just say good morning to him before I go for a quick break, and then we'll start the conversation. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning to you and to all the listeners and the people of Ghana.
Great. Please stay with us. We'll go for a short break. We'll return with our conversations here on the Super Morning Show. We'll be right back.
Smiles on the faces of those you love.
Daddy, thanks for the tea cash.
Come and plead with us to vote for you. We are pleading. I now have to stay with someone just to keep my children or have shelter for myself and that of my children. Please come to our aid. We need your help.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2, 5 years and 1 year.
So where is the 5-year-old?
She is in school now, but we have to stay with one woman here for her to, so in order for my other child to go to school.
Okay, so
I lost everything, almost everything. Not even almost. I lost everything. Our television set, our mattress, everything. I'm with their father, but he traveled a few months ago. And look at the situation left behind. We don't have anywhere to stay. At the moment, we are homeless.
Beyond the destruction of homes, residents say movement has become a major challenge following the collapse of a bridge in the area. The damaged structure has cut off access for many communities, leaving commuters stranded, school children unable to cross, and economic activities disrupted.
It's very bad. I don't know what other word to use apart from bad. I don't know. It's just too bad. Unless they do something about the bridge over there, this area will no longer be habitable. I don't think if this rain continues to fall for the next 2 days, we'll be able to live here. It's just too bad.
Yeah, really, it's really affecting us. I can't go to work. I've been standing here for the past 2 hours waiting for the flood to subside so I can go to work, but I can't. It's really affecting us. It's really affecting businesses. You can see around the area there's no opening. So it's really, really affecting us big time. On Sunday when it rained, I couldn't go anywhere. I was indoors. I was supposed to go to work, but I couldn't go to work because the water was too much. Everybody's scared. You can't even go out because you don't know what will happen to you.
It's the whole place is eroded. So I stood there for long and said, no, this is a death trap because gradually the place is opening up. It's a gutter, it's opening up. So every person around that place, around the gutter is in trouble. It comes to this yellow wall. It comes to the level of it. Nobody can go anywhere. Nobody, if they can do something about it for us. Because it seems since it started, nobody is here. No assemblyman, no MP.
Residents are appealing to authorities to take urgent steps to address flooding and repair the damaged bridge. They warn that the recurring floods continue to threaten lives, destroy property, and disrupt livelihoods whenever heavy rains hits the area.
For Joy News, Ramat Bashiru, Wejagbawe Municipality.
For Linda, a mother of two in Weja, the heavy rains have brought heartbreak and uncertainty. Floodwaters swept into her room, destroying personal belongings and leaving her family struggling.
And there was a change in leadership. So the second, my immediate past MC had to, convince.
The 6-story uncompleted building sits along the road near School Junction at Ashaliboche, adjacent to a filling station and just a few meters from the Ashaliboche cluster of schools. For years, residents have looked forward to the demolition of the structure after the Adentan Municipal Assembly, in a 2020 press release, stated that it was taking all necessary steps and liaising with relevant state agencies to assess and ensure the safe removal of the building with immediate effect. The developer at the time did not have a building permit. Joy News sources indicate that the assembly subsequently filed a suit in court seeking an order to demolish the structure. The MCE for the area, Ella Christian Nungo, explained that the then MCE at a point opted for an out-of-court settlement, and so the case is no longer in court.
So still in 2020, the assembly decided to go to court for a court order to be able to demolish it. Just when the assembly had presented all the evidences, the developer joined the case somehow, and there was a change in leadership. So the second, my immediate past MC had to, convince the court, however, to bring the matter home. So as we speak now, the matter is not in court. The assembly doesn't have a court order to demolish it.
Residents say they have grown tired of speaking to the media, as several reports over the years have yielded little or no results. Kwame Opoku operates a lotto business directly in front of the building.
Even since you because
we get scared anytime it threatens to rain. We leave here and come back later after the rains have subsided. So we are really scared. The building is tall, so if possible, the government can arrange with a developer so that they can remove about 2 stories from it.
You look to this building, which was supposed to be demolished some 5 years ago, you realize that parts of it looks very disorganized, deteriorating, they keep falling. This is a compound. There are children who come around to play around. This is the concern of the residents here.
2 months ago, the Ghana National Fire Service posted a notice of prohibition on the structure, directing the developer to produce a fire permit within 24 hours or face sanctions. The municipal chief executive is assuring residents that the building will be demolished within a month.
We have engaged the services of AESL to come and do a structural defects test, which we are waiting for their report by next week to get a court order to demolish it.
Reporting for Joy News, I am Gemma Apia.
The 6-story uncompleted building sits along the road near School Junction at Ashaliboche, adjacent to...
And be honest and blunt in condemning this kind of conduct in our country, and call on the government to stop the persecution of citizens who exercise their right of free speech. I thank you very much. Yeah. And indeed, I see that the Minister of Communication is here to lend his support to the statement delivered by the minority leader, and given that he's the Minister for Communication.
Good morning, show on Joy 99.7 FM with me, Winston Amoah, and this morning I've told you that we've been joined by the Minister for International Relations and Cooperation for South Africa, Ronald Lamola. So, since 2008, there's been xenophobic attacks in South Africa. In fact, The first explosion of attacks on foreigners started in May 2008, and according to the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, at least 62 people were killed, more than 670 injured, and over 100,000 displaced. At the time, many of these victims were migrants from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, and Somalia. Then in 2015, there were further attacks in Durban and Johannesburg. It didn't end there. In 2019, there were attacks also. Between 2021 and 2022 was the rise of the anti-migrant group Operation Dudula, which emerged in Soweto. In 2026, we've had Ghanaians being targeted, Nigerians, Mozambicans. Well, Ghanaians have been brought home. And as I was telling you, over the weekend, another batch came in, and the country has been looking for opportunities for these persons. In the midst of all of this, the President of South Africa has talked about how we must collaborate to find a solution to all of this. But the first question is, how do South Africans themselves feel? How is it possible that black South Africans are attacking other Africans? Let me get your thoughts on this first, Ronald Lamola, because here's the case, and even as we talk about African unity and oneness in Africa, we're faced with a situation where in South Africa, Africans, black Africans, are attacking, or black South Africans are attacking, other African nationals. As the country's topmost diplomat, how does that make you feel?
Thank you very much, my dear brother, and to the listeners. As you have said, the president has condemned any form of attacks or any form of xenophobia and any form of violence during protests in South Africa. The protests that have erupted in the various parts of our country, more pronouncedly in Durban and in Johannesburg, has been condemned, particularly the violence part, and has also called for the police to arrest the perpetrators. I would want to bring to the attention of the listeners that South Africa is a 32-year-old democracy which is evolving, and is one of the highest receiving countries of economic migrants in the continent, estimated at about 4 plus or minus 4 million at a conservative number. When you look at the engagements with the African brothers and sisters, they share almost everything. Work, they share health services, they share everything with the African. They live together. It's like people in the same family. There will always be squabbles within the same family. So it is happening within the context of limited resources, contestations for economic opportunities, and job opportunities, which is it's a reality, and migration it's a challenge across the world. But it is uniquely pronounced in the amount of numbers that share almost similar things in South Africa. So that's why the president has condemned. And I said irregular migration is a challenge that we are managing. But the regular migration, it's a positive contribution. And we are speaking today between me and you. It's about 16 years after South Africa hosted the 2010 World Cup. And in that 2010 World Cup, Ghana was the best performing team in the African continent. South Africans said, this is our Bagana. This number of Ghanaians in South Africa, maths and science teachers, contributing into our science and into various fields, research, skills and innovation, making a positive contribution into the South African economy. And even when you say Ghanaians are back in Ghana, it's not all of them. There is still more numbers that are in South Africa making a positive contribution. So the distinction should be made between irregular and regular migration. And that's why even when you look at the numbers of those that are back, it is mostly on the side of irregular migration, because it was declared that they have been, majority of them, declared to have been undesirable because of overstay. Some did not have documents. But the South African government has been very clear, and you're asking, what is my feeling? My feeling is that there should be no such attacks against any foreign national, whether from Ghana or from anywhere. And that is what our president has said and condemned. And that is the wrongly of the law enforcement to enforce issues related to migration, not of private individuals.
Great, but talking about the fact that yes, it's been condemned and it should be the responsibility of government and not private individuals. Mr. Lamola, these persons who are leading these attacks are persons that are known. These are persons who grant interviews. These are persons who are urging others to get, other persons from other nationals out. So condemnation is one thing, but if you really would want to show that you're against that, these persons should be arrested by now.
Yes, some of them have already been. of enforcement, that no South African or private individual should enforce the law. They don't have that legal authority. It's only for the police. Those Ghanaian nationals who have the skill, as I've said earlier on, they are welcome to contribute to the economy because they will have gone through all the necessary processes of home affairs, of legal migration into the country. And most of them, as I'm speaking to you, some of them are still contributing as we speak in the various sectors of our economy. But you should also separate in another reality. They are not just targeted because they are Ghanaians. There is a challenge sometimes also of crime, which we are dealing with, which affects not only Ghanaians or any African nationals. This crime affects all South Africans. All South Africans do get affected by crime. And more South Africans, because we are a majority, get affected by crime. And this reality is what the government is dealing with to respond to the criminal situation in the country. What we are clarifying is the fact that let's deal with the factual issues and not provide misinformation that there is 15 Ghanaians in our hospitals that have been injured during the current wave of protest. We have checked and found out that there is none. We have also checked with regards to what has been mentioned in Ghana, that 2 Nigerians have been killed during the current wave of protest. There has been no Nigerian that has been killed. And also that there has been 5 Mozambicans, at least only 2 Mozambicans indeed were killed during this protest, and it's a regrettable incident that has been condemned, and the police are on the heels of finding those that this crime.
You talk about the fact that this is a criminal issue, and should be treated as such. But I'm sure your intelligence would also know that close to elections in South Africa, these things do happen. And so if I look at, the 2008 situation, very close to the 2009 situation, there are those who say there are political undertones behind this. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree. It does happen towards elections from time to time, and there is not only about elections, also external players. As you are aware, South Africa has got positions that it has taken with regards to the ICJ case in Israel. You will know that we're currently or recently dealing with the issue of white genocide in South Africa that was found to be a lie and not to be true as part of misinformation. This also is seen as a default position because of the history of South Africa in terms of racial segregation, ethno-nationalism, and issues related to violence and dividing parts of the country. So indeed, there is an underhand in relations to this externally and internally, and that is what we are dealing with to respond to, so that South Africa can be isolated in the international community as a moral and a constitutional society that protect, respect the rule of law and with the human rights outlook. So that cannot be excluded also in the equation.
Okay, and you know how the economists put it. They say a problem well defined is half solved. So you know your problem, and that means it should be easy to address it then.
Yes, we do know the challenge, and we do acknowledge it. You will see also from the speech of our president that there was an acknowledgement that there has been challenges in our immigration enforcement, including some issues related to corruption within the enforcement officials, and already there has been about 20 of them that has been fired over a period of time because of that. And also a response in terms of how to tighten and to respond to the issue of immigration. But also it is also in that regard that he has also called for an engagement within the continent, what you have raised, because the pull and push factors are a reality, that we are one of the most receiving countries on the southern tip of the continent. The African continent, our member states and our fellow brothers in the continent, there is a need to share responsibility, to engage, so that we all make a contribution in terms of economies growing in our own country, economies growing across the continent, and the AFCTA becomes a key platform, Ghana and South Africa, were the first two countries to implement the AFCTA. The first shipment on the AFCTA was from South Africa to Ghana. And there's been a lot of cooperation between Ghana and South Africa, and a number of South African companies invested in Ghana, and then vice versa. And that is what needs to happen, so that there should be regional integration and economic integration.
Okay, now we'll get back to this, but you earlier made the point about the fact that there are external persons behind this also. I mean, just for purposes of clarification, who are these external forces behind these attacks that you talk about?
Yeah, as I have said, that South Africa has got positions in the geopolitical environment with regards in particular to our position on the ICJ. And we knew from the onset that engaging on human rights issues and advocating for solidarity in Palestine will not come easily, and it will come with its own realities. And it is becoming very clear in the recent activities in the country that we are now also dealing with external factors, and those are the factors that we are looking into and responding to, so that the country remains united within the country itself, but also it's able to continue to be not to be declared a pariah in the African continent, but remains amongst the member states of the African Union with good standing and can also engage with everyone.
Because you mentioned ICJ, you mentioned Palestine and all of that. I'm interested in this. So, is this your belief then that those who support what's happening in Palestine could be the ones behind this?
I'm saying we cannot exclude it, because we are still working within our own system to be able to really follow through. It cannot be excluded because, as I've said, you are aware, we have been dealing with an issue in relation to what has been misinformation about white genocide in South Africa, and now we are dealing with another issue. It is known that South Africa, given its history, the difficulties of racial divisions, the difficulties of ethno-mobilizations becomes a default line and a serious issue that needs South Africans to unite. And it's also because South Africa itself, as you are aware, and as you have said it yourselves many times, it's a product of solidarity of the African continent. So the best way to respond and isolate such a country is to isolate it at the base of that solidarity.
Great. Ronald Lamola is the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, just like our Foreign Affairs Minister here in Ghana. There are lots of questions, and I'm going to be reading some of them to you. So this one says, ask him, granted the Ghanaians and Africans living in South Africa are undocumented, whose responsibility is it to arrest the state authorities or some individuals allowed by politicians?
Is the state authority, and there should be no individual allowed by any politician.
So would you agree that the state has failed in that situation?
No, we have not failed. As I've told you, 500,000 people have been deported in the last 2 years, which is a huge number. And this year alone, about 50,000 has already been deported in the first quarter. So the state is doing its duty, but the magnitude of the numbers does require more efforts from the side of the state.
Okay. Now, this question says, please tell the minister to stop speaking English. Is he not seeing how other nationals are being hacked like animals by the attacks for very flimsy reasons, including alleged taking of their women?
Yeah, no, there's no one who has been hacked like an animal. As I've said, this environment has also led to the spread of fake news, where you see videos, shocking videos of hacking in the streets and so forth. There's no such a thing that has happened during the current wave of this protest. At least only 2 Mozambicans, as I've said, only have been killed and this is a regrettable.
But Honorable Minister, a life lost is not only. Honorable Minister, the point you make, a life lost is not only. When you say only 2 Mozambicans,
I'm saying at least. And
but these, when you say only, these are lives that are lost. You would agree?
No, I've
lost.
said at least. I've said at least, and I say it is regrettable and it is condemned.
Okay, great. Now let's get back to the point you make. You've talked about the fact that, okay, so there's a bit of a challenge, with employment and all of that in South Africa. Also because the World Bank indicates that about 85% of lands in South Africa owned by 10% of the population, mostly whites. Many of these people, when they engage in these crimes, complain about their challenges. As a government, you know what you promised before the end of apartheid and what is happening today. Why are you unable to deal with the economic challenges facing your people?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Since 1994, we have transferred huge hectares of land to black South Africans, and it is now above 20% towards 25% or 30%. It has been land that has been transferred back into the hands of black South Africans. Indeed, it's not yet enough. More still needs to be done, and government is continuing with that progress. With regards to the economy, you will remember that we had challenges of load shedding. We now have a year without load shedding. The economy is now growing, and this has been confirmed by even Richard and Spoor and various rating agencies, including the World Bank itself. The projection was that our economy was going to grow at about 2% this year, because we have now resolved the challenges in logistics, Transnet, including at ESCOM, with no longer load shedding, and now our industries are beginning to grow. So there is economic growth that will have been very minimum. But unfortunately now, due to the Strait of Hormuz challenges that are affecting all the countries in the world, the economic growth has now been revised downwards to about 1.5%. But the challenges of unemployment and economic growth are not just unique to South Africa. It's a universal challenge. In South Africa, in our environment, we are responding to it. The economy is beginning to grow, and we are also beginning to grow jobs. And we believe that with the challenges being resolved in the network industries, electricity, logistics, our economy will now be able to grow. But we need to work not only for South African economy to grow. We need to work with the African continent through the AfCFTA, through cross-border regional economic zones that we are now beginning to work with in the SADC region, and also to build regional integration in the region, so that the economies of also other countries in our regions are also able to grow, industrialize, and also create jobs.
Great. This morning we've been joined by the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, Ronald Lamola. We need to go for a quick break. Please stay with me. When we come back, we're going to find out, because there are conversations about, deporting illegal immigrants and the cost. Who should cover that? That's another issue we'll look into after these messages. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We think that a time has come in our country where we all should call a spade, and be honest and blunt in condemning this kind of conduct in our country, and call on the government to stop the persecution of citizens who exercise their right of free speech. I thank you very much. And indeed, I see that the Minister of Communication is here to lend his support to the statement delivered by the minority leader. And given that he's the Minister for Communication, who has a role in the exercise of free speech, and a man who exercised a lot of free speech when he was on the other side of the equation, and therefore he's here. to support what we are telling you. And I hope that after I've spoken and exercised my right of free speech, I will not find myself on the wrong side of the law.
I can assure my brother that he has nothing to fear. We have a country to protect, and we'll build our country together. Free speech will be protected under this government and every other government. But we should also be responsible in our utterances. That's all we are asking for. We have one country, one people. And so be rest assured, your freedom of speech is guaranteed.
We certainly don't support irresponsible speech. The minority do not support irresponsible speech. But we insist that when people cross the line and they engage in irresponsible speech and they injure the reputation of all manner of persons, the remedy is through the civil courts and not through the criminal justice system and not through onerous bail conditions, which then turns into some form of persecution. I'm happy for the assurance that the minister is giving, and I think he deserves a yeah. Well done, Minister. All right, thank you. Yeah. We think that a time has come in our country where we all should call a spade and be honest and blunt in condemning this kind of conduct in our country and call on the government to stop the persecution of citizens who exercise their right of free speech. I thank you very much. And indeed, I see that the Minister of Communication is here to lend his support to the statement delivered by the minority leader. And given that he's the Minister for Communication who has a role in the exercise of free speech and a man who exercised a lot of free speech when he was on the other side of the equation, and therefore he's here to support what we are telling you. And I hope that after I've spoken and exercised my right of free speech, I will not find myself on the wrong side of the law.
I can assure my brother that he has nothing to fear. We have a country to protect, and we'll build our country together. Free speech will be protected under this government and every other government. But we should also be responsible in our utterances. That's all we are asking for. We have one country, one people. And so be rest assured, your freedom of speech is guaranteed.
We certainly don't support irresponsible speech. The minority do not support irresponsible speech. But we insist that when people cross the line and they engage in irresponsible speech and they injure the reputation of all manner of persons, the remedy is through the civil courts and not through the criminal justice system and not through onerous bail conditions, which then turns into some form of persecution. I'm happy for the assurance that the minister is giving, and I think he deserves a yeah. Well done, Minister. All right, thank you. Yeah. We think that a time has come in our country where we all should call a spade and be honest and blunt in condemning this kind of conduct in our country and call on the government to stop the persecution of citizens who exercise their right of free speech. I thank you very much. And indeed, I see that the Minister of Communication is here to lend his support to the statement delivered by the minority leader. And given that he's the Minister for Communication who has a role in the exercise of free speech and a man who exercised a lot of free speech when he was on the other side of the equation, and therefore he's here to support what we are telling you. And I hope that after I've spoken and exercised my right of free speech, I will not find myself on the wrong side of the law.
I can assure my brother that he has nothing to fear. We have a country to protect, and we'll build our country together. Free speech will be protected under this government and every other government. But we should also be responsible in our utterances. That's all we are.
Businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving.
International Relations and Cooperation for South Africa, Ronald Lamola, having a conversation about the xenophobic attacks. But let's listen to Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, when the second batch of Ghanaians got into the country, before I get back on with the interview.
I want you all to feel at home. We are very proud to receive you, and we are honored to have you back in our midst. It's important to emphasize that to us, you are not any of what those misguided elements have tried to portray you. To us, you are not troublemakers. To us, you are not criminals. To us, you are not people who are destitute, who are unwanted, and who do not have anything to offer. To us, you are treasures. You are special. You are occasional. And we value you. And when I say this, I really mean it. We value you because you have always contributed to this economy. Last year, you made history. All Ghanaians in the diaspora made history last year. I have heard some people say, is the government of Ghana not prioritizing Ghanaians in the diaspora? They left, we were here paying taxes. Please check your statistics. Apart from the fact that we are all Ghanaians, and what makes us whole is that we take care of each other and we look out for each other, no matter where that Ghanaian is. If you look at the statistics, last year, Ghanaians in the diaspora, your remittances that you sent home, you set a new record. It amounted to $7.8 billion, according to the your remittances were next only to gold, so you have overtaken gold and all the others. Only gold, the exports from gold, which was in the region of about $11.5 billion, was able to supersede your contribution to this economy.
Okay, so that's Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, and we have Ronald Lamola on Zoom. So now I read this post earlier. I think it was from SABC. Let me just get that. The fact that you're looking at the deportation of illegal migrants, and you want the receiving countries to do what?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, from the clip and from what I've said earlier on, you will see a correlation. I agree with my colleague there. Ghanaians in South Africa have contributed positively to the South African economy in their majority. And that's why even if you go to our prisons, you will find very, very, very few Ghanaians in the South African prisons. So they have been contributing very positively. And what our Department of Home Affairs said it is looking into, which is not yet a government position or policy, is to build the countries that are receiving people that we are deporting. And that is in line with the migration policies at the African Union. And as I've said to you, we deport about 500,000 people since 2023. And that comes at a huge cost to the South African fiscus. That's why Home Affairs is looking into this possibility to enable us to migrate, to manage migration with everyone. But there is that discussion. It's not yet a government policy at this stage.
Okay, but while you're having that discussion, also earlier you talked about some of these persons being illegal immigrants, and I remember having a discussion with Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa, His Excellency Kwashi, and he makes the point that very few of the people who came to Ghana in the first batch are undocumented Ghanaians. The fact that these immigrants are legal immigrants in South Africa. The question is, how is the South African government protecting legal immigrants, some of whom are offering specialized services?
As I've said earlier on, with the batch of all Ghanaians that have come back home, almost 74% had overstayed, and they had been declared undesirable through our processes, and this is the law, and this has been communicated with the High Commissioner. We are indeed protecting all people within the borders of South Africa. Constitutionally, we are duty bound to protect everyone, including Ghanaian nationals, as I've said, those that are also participating very positively into our economy. And there is a huge number of them in the various sectors of our economy. The South African government is duty bound to ensure that they feel safe and they play their role as they are supposed to be in the country. And this goes to everyone that is in South Africa. And that is our constitution. Everyone within our borders, it is our responsibility. And this, whether legally or illegally, the constitution does not differentiate. The government has got a responsibility to make sure that everyone is safe. And it is for that reason why we are condemning the violence against the foreign nationals, because it is our duty as the government of South Africa to protect everyone within our borders. We also have a duty then deal with irregular migration by enforcing the immigration laws.
Great. This question says, so what happens to legal migrants who own shops and were forced out? Compensation?
Yeah, for example, as you have already said, the first aspect we'll have to look into is how it happened, who forced them out and all that. And that is the process that we are currently undergoing. And as I've said earlier on, at this stage, there is no ground for any of compensation, because we are still looking into all the aspects, because you need to be sure whether this, as I've said, most of them had to come back home because they had already been declared to be undesirable in South Africa. So you'll have to check all those aspects because
yes, and that's why the question says. The question says for the legal migrants, so for those who are legally in South Africa, have not overstayed and can be there, what happens to their shops?
That's why I'm saying we will not speculate. We'll have to deal with each case to be able to see.
So where you find that there's a case of a legal migrant whose shop has been closed and has lost business, is the government of South Africa considering compensation?
We are looking at all those cases, and
is compensation on the table?
It is an issue that is being discussed. I can't make a policy pronouncement that has not yet been confirmed, but it is an issue that is being discussed, and it will definitely, with this process that we're undergoing, be one of the issues that we will pronounce on.
Okay, now aside the compensation, this question says, is there a mechanism where the government can facilitate transfer so that they can be paid for their properties, so for these persons whose shops have been closed, for instance, can you facilitate the liquidation of their assets and a transfer made to them?
Yeah, indeed, we can work with the Ghanaian High Commissioner and look into all the cases, case by case, and anyone who has got an asset or a property, their properties is still protected by law in South Africa. It is their property. And if it has to be transferred or be sold, the amount must still come to them. They are still protected. Okay. The issue is that we need to get the information and know where it is. And we have been very clear that such communication should be done with the Ghanaian High Commissioner in South Africa, with our person responsible for Ghana in the Department of International Relations. And we will really appreciate that communication is done through the diplomatic channels and so forth, and not through social media and the media interviews as it has been happening.
Final question before I wrap it all up says, please ask the South African Foreign Minister why children were dragged from school and people from hospitals by mobs. Even illegal migrants deserve some dignity.
Yes, and that is it's wrong. It has been condemned, and that person could also check. There is a court case that there's a court order that also ordered that is wrong. Only law enforcement must deal with the enforcement of immigration laws, and that should not be handled by any private individuals. What I do want to clarify with regards to access to healthcare, with regards to access to basic education and so forth, is that in South Africa, most foreign nationals have been able to take their kids to schools, those that are able to do so, including to access our healthcare, even in certain extent misinterpretation of the Healthcare Act, where it's supposed to only be emergency medical care, which is free. Sometimes it has been abused, even the healthcare itself. But it should not be implemented by any individual. It must be law enforcement. This, for me, is the recurring theme.
Great. So, Ronald Lamola, I know you're a lawyer, and I know how lawyers will go about these. But let's have a frank conversation for a minute. Based on all that has happened,
I thought all along we've been having a frank one.
we have, but based on all that has happened, would you say that this has led to the straining of relationship between South Africa and African countries?
Yes, it has, and that's why we feel duty bound to explain to our African sister countries that South Africa and Ghana in particular, we have had long fraternal good relations that have persisted for since time immemorial. And you will have heard also our president in his speech, he also referenced President Mahama when South Africa was under attack on these genocide issues, and when we visited the White House. President Mahama was the only president in Africa who penned an open letter through The Guardian in the UK that defended South Africa's sovereignty, dignity, and integrity, and including within many other African countries. We want to continue to have good fraternal relations because we belong to the African continent. We are Africans. The only issue we are clarifying is that as we deal with the matter, let's deal with it factually, not misinformation. But let's be factual, and that's our pain that we have to respond to fake media, fake news. Sometimes disappointing when the misinformation comes from officials, particularly when they say that there has been 2 Nigerians that have been killed, which is not true, that there have been 5 Mozambicans, which is not true. As I've said, at least 2, and we have condemned it. And when they say that there's 15 Ghanaians that ended up in hospital, and we have checked and verified, we could not find any. So we are saying, let's deal with it at a factual level. These 2 countries have got good relations, as I've said. In this spirit of the World Cup, Ghana was the best performing. South Africans said, this is our Bagana. In the 2010 FIFA World Cup, they've got this very good memory. And as we speak today, South Africa and Ghana cooperate, support each other in various platforms. We support candidates of Ghana. They do the same for us. So from our perspective, indeed, we can work on this, we can resolve it, and we can be able to strengthen our relations with our sister countries.
And in the spirit of the World Cup, we wish you all the best against Mexico.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ronald Lamola, for joining us this morning. And I recognize that you are all the way in Mexico?
Yes, I'm in Mexico.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
All the best then. All the best tomorrow when South Africa takes on Mexico. This is still the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM with me, Winston Amoah. When we return after these messages, I want us to do something very, very important. I want us to look at, our soil, I want us to look at the soil that we're on and ask ourselves, do we know the state of that soil? And do we know that if care is not taken, the very soil expected to help us grow plants from which we will eat may disappoint us? That's a conversation coming up here on the Super Morning Show. We'll be right back.
It's a goal! The World Cup
businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving. We are going to make sure that we go all out to obtain compensation for you, businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving. We are going to make sure that we go all out to obtain compensation for you, businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving. We are going to make sure that we go all out to obtain compensation for you, businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving. We are going to make businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together that were thriving. We are going to make sure that we go all out to obtain compensation for you, businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving. We are going to make sure that we go all out to obtain compensation for you, businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving. We are going to make sure that we go all out to obtain compensation for you, businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal processes that we will activate to ensure that those properties you invested in, and some of you, your life savings, you have worked for more than 2 decades, 3 decades, to put together businesses that were thriving. We are going to make sure that we go all out to obtain compensation for you, businesses, your shops, and what have you. So we are putting together legal.
Daybreak again. Movement, one real
Xenophobia in a movement. But this morning, our focus is simple: preserving Ghana's soil health. Okay? Because that kinky that you eat starts from the soil. In fact, the gari that you love starts from the soil. Everything we eat basically starts from the soil. So how do we ensure that the soil isn't stripped bare by bush burning, chemicals, galamsey, and careless farming? Because when the land gives up, the markets, will respond. And the farmer becomes broke, and the whole nation feels it. This is the platform, and this is definitely not tomorrow's problem. Well, it's already on your plate. So stay with us as we're about to get into a conversation about preserving Ghana's soil, Kojo.
Yes, and this morning on the Joy Agribusiness Month, our guest is the director for the Soil Research Institute of Ghana. It's also one of the institutes under the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. Dr. Collins Koblate is our guest. Now, why are we having this conversation? Winston has given us an idea of why the soil is important. To be able to grow anything, you need a holding medium. This holding medium will hold the roots of the plants. It will hold the water that the plants will absorb. It will hold the microorganisms that enable biochemical processes to happen within the system. It will hold the nutrition for the crops. And sometimes too, the soil also holds. So where are we in the country when it comes to our soil resources? Are we in a safe place? What needs to be done in the face of climate change, in the face of environmental degradation, to ensure that we can still farm right and produce at scale to feed Ghana and feed the rest of the world? That's the conversation we are having with Dr. Collins Tay, the director for the Soil Research Institute under the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Doc, good morning. Welcome to the Super Morning Show. How are you?
I'm fine, Kojo. Good morning to you and your crew, and good morning to your viewers and your listeners.
So this week, we've spoken to some of your colleagues. We've spoken to Crop Research Institute. We've spoken to the Oil Palm Research Institute. We've spoken to the Plant Genetics Institute as well. And everything points to you. Once they all do their work, the crops must be in the soil. How important is our soil resource to our food sovereignty?
Thank you very much, Kojo. As we all know, if it comes to food security, it is the soil. That is where we start, or everything starts from. Without the soils, all the agricultural activities that are undertaken cannot, be done, because it is the soil that must hold them together. It is the soil that must provide the nutrients that they require. It is the soil that must retain the water that is required for the production. It is the soil that must give them every, the environment that is required for them to be able to grow. And so without the soil, life itself cannot, be lived very well.
I see. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good and healthy are Ghana's soils for agriculture across the various ecological zones?
Good. I would say that maybe 6 or 7 would be okay, because we are really struggling to get, healthy soils in Ghana.
So we'll do a 6 or 7.
Yes,
I see.
Because because there's a lot we need to do as a people when it comes to our soil resources conservation and management for improved agriculture productivity in Ghana, and for that matter, solve the food insecurity we have. You are aware of all the problems that we have in terms of rice production, tomato production in Ghana and all that. And until we get back to the basics, where our soils in Ghana, especially the agricultural production soils, are giving the necessary attention for it to be able to support this food production in Ghana.
Dr. Colin Stay is the director for the Soil Research Institute of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Ghana. We are talking about soils today. Soil, Anya, today on the Joy Agribusiness Month. Now, Doc, my next question for you, for those who don't know the Soil Research Institute, what is your mandate? What work do you do? What have you done over the years? What are the targets that you have? I'm putting all the questions together so that you start thinking, putting your thoughts together. And what are the threats facing our soils and what must be done to correct them? But before I get you to answer all these questions, let me share this good information from the Ghana Association of Banks. They are telling all of us to shine our so shine your eye when you receive urgent emails or messages about your bank account. Fraudsters fake websites that look exactly like your bank's website, same logo, same color, same design. They may send you a link asking you to verify your details or risk losing access to your account. Once you enter your information, they can take control of your account. So before you click, check the link carefully. Some fake links may appear like they are the original links at first glance, but contain slight differences such as extra letters, missing letters, numbers replacing words. Others may use long, confusing web addresses or shortened links that hide the real website. Never click suspicious links. Instead, quickly visit your bank's official website for information or contact the bank directly using its official phone number. Shine your eye, spot the fraud, stop the fraud. This is a message from the Ghana Association of Banks. And when it comes to fraud too, there's a lot of fraud when it comes to mattresses. We've seen a lot of videos circulating online. Now, your partner for life is latex foam rubber products and latex foam mattresses. So if you are looking to buy mattresses, get mattresses that are not harmful to your health. Get mattresses that meet Ghana safety standards. Get mattresses that are first class, that are quality, that we've all been in love for almost 60 years. That is the latex foam range of mattresses. You can talk to them in Accra on 0302 231155, in Kumasi 03220 29365. You can also visit their website latexfoamghana.com and all their social media platforms. Latex Foam is your partner for life. Now, the Morning Star International School wishes to announce that the enrollment for the 2026-2027 academic year is in progress. Programs offered at the Cambridge Lower Secondary, IGCSE, A-Level and WASI. You can go to mostarschool.edu.gh. That's their website, mostarschool.edu.gh. Or you collect your forms from the high school or the basic school campus. The entrance examination is on Saturday, 20th June 2026 at the Morning Star School in Cantonments. Be a part of this. Be a part of this. Give your child the right start in life. You can call 0243 758 795 for more details. Morning Star, arise and shine. So, Doc, what is the Soil Research Institute and what is your mandate in driving development of agric in Ghana?
Okay, so thank you very much, Kojo. I actually liked it when you say Anya. That is the way, unfortunately, we are looking at the soil. It's Anya, and so at the required attention that it needs, we don't give it to it. We throw or litter, the soils with, waste and all over the place. But these are actually polluting the soils, and thereby they are unable to support agricultural productivity. So now, going back to your question, the soil research started as a unit under the erstwhile West African Cocoa Research in Tafo in 1948, and went through various transforms and became part of the CSIR through an act of an act of parliament at 521/1996. And so the Soil Research Institute is one of the 13 institutes under the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and it's tasked to provide soil fertility and ecosystem conservation and control of soil erosion information. It is also tasked to undertake soil and land suitability for crop production, for specific crop production in Ghana. And finally, it is tasked to map out all agricultural areas in Ghana. So these are the three tasks that we have under the Act 521 that relates to the Soil Research Institute. Now, by way of our mandate is to conduct research and commercialize this research and build capacity for the sustainable management of our soil resources of Ghana, thereby improving agricultural productivity, keeping the environment very well, and improve upon the farmers' livelihood. And so this is what we have been tasked as Soil Research Institute to do. Now, we have been doing this through 5 technical divisions. We have the Soil and Water Management Division. We have the Soil Fertility and Plant Nutrition Division. We have the Soil Microbiology Division. We have the Soil Genesis and Classification Division. And finally, we have the Soil Chemistry Division. So these 5 technical divisions are, the technical divisions that are actually put together in order to realize our mandate as an institute.
So typically, if somebody wants to go into agribusiness, and what do they have to do when it comes to working with Soil Research Institute? You've spelled out your mandate. So if I wake up one morning and I say I want to grow cocoa, for example,
good.
How does the Soil Research Institute enable my growth in business?
That's good. Now, the Soil Research Institute, as I said, it has been involved in soil fertility over these years. And currently, we have, tried to digitalize all soil information onto one platform, and which we call the Ghana Soil Information Systems. Now, the platform will provide all the, information any entrepreneur that wants to enter into agribusiness with that information. So let's say Kojo has acquired a number of acres of land throughout the 6 agroecological zones in Ghana. And so the next thing Kojo has to do is to walk to the Soil Research Institute and tell us that, I have acquired this much acres of land, in Ghana, wherever. And so I am here for you to advise me on what to do in order to, optimize productivity. So we will go onto the platform, click the platform, and zoom in onto your your area where you have bought the land, and then we will actually, fish out the soil characteristics and get to know your soil nature, and then in doing so, we will be able to see whether the soil needs any amendment in terms of fertilizer, and what specific fertilizers that are required by that specific soil. We will also know the pH and all the other, physical, microbial, and microbiological, and as well as the chemical, properties, or the chemical, levels of the soil, and thereby be able to provide you with the the type of crop you need to grow there, and be able to, achieve optimal agricultural productivity, as well as the specific fertilizer you need to be able to, do your agricultural productivity.
So if I got you right, you have something like a soil information bank that the average person who wants to go into farming can have access to enable them make a decision and plan out what they want. Now, is this a public soil information bank, or people have to specifically come to you to get the information?
Kojo, you know that data protection is very key, and so we have in fact, we currently are upgrading and updating the system. For instance, any project that we undertake at the Soil Research Institute now, after writing the reports and sending the reports to the donor, we will now take the data and come and actually update the system. And so it is a system, a program which we keep updating until such a time that we are able to collect all the informations across the 6 agroecological zones in Ghana and be able to provide that one as and when you need it. But the question you asked, can you access the information from your office, from your room? I would say no. There is a level to which you can access that information, because we must also get some IGF. So you can get the information, but not exactly the nitty-gritty. You must necessarily come to our office for us to conduct that and give you a report and recommend whatever it is you have to do.
Let's go on a virtual tour of Ghana, starting from the coast to the very top. What are our soils like, and what can be grown where? If you can give us a general regional tour of Ghana, what are our soils like and what can be grown where? Whilst thinking about that, I've also noticed that over the years, the government of Ghana imports fertilizer in bulk, sometimes 600,000 tons, sometimes 400,000 tons of fertilizer. Are these imports of fertilizer based on the technical advice of our scientists, or just based on trading and political reasoning? I'm asking because even though we see a lot of fertilizer also being imported, we are not seeing a commensurate increase in yields and food production. So are we importing fertilizer because we just want to, or we are importing fertilizer because somebody looks at the soil information that we have and decides that in Tumu we will design a special type of fertilizer for Tumu, in Akrokeri we'll design a special type of fertilizer for Akrokeri, in Dawa we'll design a special type of fertilizer for Dawa? So give us a general tour for listeners listening and those watching. If we start from the coasts, Axim to Pomakong, the various parts of Ghana, what types of soils do we have and what can be grown where? And for people who want to get into agric, what modifications do they have in their minds and possible challenges they'll have with the soils in the various areas?
Thank you very much, Kojo. If we start from the coastal areas have very clay soils that retain a lot of water, and so can grow. It's not all the crops that can be grown on them. Then we have divided the zones into 3 zones. We have the coastal zones, we have the transition zones, and then we have the Guinea Savannah zone. Now, the transition zone, for instance, is very good in lateral soils, great and nail soils, and so you can grow a lot of the crops that we have in Ghana. And then if you go to the Guinea Savannah, they also have their own characteristics, and so that is why we are saying that for us to be able to do things right, we would need to involve the experts, and therefore to give expert advice, especially if you have to go into commercial agriculture production. And even if the small scale holders, I think that we must necessarily use the experts to really do the right thing so that we can actually solve our food insecurity in Ghana, and as at now. Now you asked whether the fertilizers that they are giving, we are being consulted and all that. We are importing a lot of fertilizers, and yet we do not have, we still have a lot of the farmers not getting the fertilizers and all that. In fact, to be honest with you, the government policies on fertilizers are done not so much involving the experts. And so you have, the blanket fertilizer, the NPK fertilizer being given to, farmers, and governments comes up with fertilizer subsidies from time to time without necessarily in the experts, the Soil Research Institute. The way to go is to come up with the site-specific fertilizer recommendations. And again, when it comes to the fertilizers, you spoke about the importation of fertilizers. Yes, we import fertilizers into the country. We do have a few fertilizer production companies in Ghana, though. But again, the fertilizers that are actually imported into the country are not serving the optimal purpose, because, for instance, you go to a typical soil that doesn't need nitrogen but has phosphorus, but you go and you add all the NPK. What that means is that you have added too much nitrogen to that type of soil, and the rest will have to find its way into the ecosystems. And so that is why we in our soil research, we are saying that we as a government or as a nation, we would have to do things very right, and we can only do so if we approach the experts, and for them to for them to get involved right from the onset, and for us to see how best we can put our technical knowledge together and help government, and as well as the general public do modern agriculture practices for us to increase our agriculture production in Ghana.
This is the Super Morning Show. We are still having the Joy Agribusiness Month, and this morning we are talking to one of the most important scientists in the country. His job is to ensure that we do all the research we can afford to do, let me put it that way, when it comes to our soils. And our soils are the holding medium and the key medium in which we grow our food. There is hydroponics, aeroponics, and all the ponics that we talk about, but 99.99999% of Ghana's food is grown in the soil. So it's a key asset for the country. That's why we are talking to him today. This conversation with him follows the one we've had with the Oil Palm Research Institute, the Crops Research Institute, and the Plant Genetics Research Institute. Crops Research says over the past years, they have done work on 300 different varieties of crops for the country. And when we say work on 300 varieties, they've worked on improving 300 varieties of crops for the country. Unfortunately, a lot of the work they do is not funded by the state. The state practically pays salaries and a little goods and services here and there, but much of the actual research is funded by donor agencies. We also spoke to Plant Genetic Research Institute, which also told us that they've gone around the country to collect 6,000 different crop samples and or plant samples, which they are keeping at the gene bank for us in Bonsu. It's a national security institution, if you look at it. They also told us that they are not funded very well, and they need about $500,000 every year to run. Their buildings are dilapidated and all that. Oil Palm Research Institute has a capacity to grow 500,000 seedlings of oil palm for us every year. They also need support to be able to grow these and make them affordable for farmers. Crop Research Institute's work is to also look at the whole country as God has blessed us with, do research into the soils, and give us recommendations as to how we protect and improve our soils. And this morning, their director is here with me. Now, I'm going to make a little bit more money, and I will ask Dr. Tay to tell me what the threats to our soils are, the threats we are facing. And as you are thinking about the threats as well, you give us a picture of what we can also do, what needs to be done to ensure that our soil resources give us the right value. And you also want to understand how you run. Are you also like the other institutions that tell us that government pays salaries and some goods and services, and you are left on your own to find money to do the actual job that will transform our country? All those are questions I'm going to ask. I'm going to seek answers from Dr. Tay shortly. But you know, the breakfast is already special, and Nido is giving you one more reason to smile. With the Nido 10+1 promo on the 14 gram and 23 gram packs, you get one extra sachet when you buy your strip. The strip usually is 10, but now they've added one to it. It means more smiles at the table, more creamy goodness fortified with iron, and more value for your family, because your breakfast deserves a little extra. This promo runs while stocks last. And going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money. Install solar panels and cut down your power costs. Get an electric vehicle and reduce what you spend getting around, and switch to energy efficient equipment and lower the cost of running your home or business. And the best part is that Absa Bank can help you finance all of this. The Absa Green Finance Loan gives you what you need to make it happen. Walk into any Absa Bank branch now. Ask about the Green Finance Loan today and say yes to a greener tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. Your story matters. Absa. And if you are moving around and you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company. They have over 240 stations nationwide, and they give you high quality fuel, great service, real value for money. That's why a lot of Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with the Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. Wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuels. I have a friend, Nanajwa, who went to Star Oil, had the chance to fill her own tank, and it was quite an experience. Adra Loud. So be like Adra Loud, go to Star Oil and fuel your vehicle. Doc, I'm back to you. What are the threats we are seeing when it comes to our soil resources, and what must we do immediately to prevent disaster for Ghanaians?
In terms of the threats we have in our soils, the first one is soil acidification. Our soil pH are very low in most of our farming areas. And even if you talk about the cocoa production areas, the soil are very low in terms of acidity. So that's one. Now, the other one is the declining organic matter in our soils due to continuous cropping by our farmers. Then the third one would be the microbial activity is also very low due to limited awareness by our farmers. They do a lot of, continuous cropping. Then the next one would be the
Okay, Dr. T's line has a bit of a challenge. We'll try to get him back. We are talking to Dr. T on Zoom. Okay, he's back.
Becoming very... Hello?
Doc, can you hear me? You've mentioned three things.
Yes, I can hear you.
You were going on to the fourth one. So, first one was soil acidification. Second one was the fact that our soils are losing the nutrients, if I got that right. And then
yes.
You're on the third one.
Yeah, the third one, as I said, is the limited awareness of our farmers that on microbial activity. Okay. They do a lot of overgrazing and overcropping, and so we are having problem with low microbial activity in our soils. Then when it comes to the soil nutrients, there is also problems with our soils in terms of our nutrients. The over imports and high prices of our the fertilizers we have to grow. Now let's find the solutions to I think all the 5 challenges I spoke about. When it comes to
Galamsey a threat when it comes to our soil resources for agriculture?
Good. Kojo, yes, let me finish with the
other ones. Then we come to the main one. Okay.
Yes, then I come to Galamsey.
All right.
So now when it comes to the low pH in our soils, what we have to be doing is to, apply lime and also, do a balanced fertilization of our soils in order to increase the soil fertility. Then I spoke about low organic matter. We need, as a matter of urgency, to consider composting, biochar application, and the use of cover crops or diversification. Then the next one I spoke about was the microbial activity, the low microbial activity. We would have to employ the use of biofertilizers and conservation agriculture. Then when it comes to the moisture, the low moisture content of our soils, what we need to do is to employ mulching and conservation agriculture. Finally, the nutrients levels that are low, we would have to do local fertilizer, use a local fertilizer, methods to do, to amend our soils. Now,
if I may, you mentioned the low pH. I know that Ghana has limestone deposits across the country. And in fact, we are using limestone. We are mining a lot of limestone in the Kojo areas for concrete cement production. Would that be a solution? Should we tend to mining some of our limestone and packaging for farmers to use to restore or correct the pH issues?
Yes, it is. I'm happy that even the limestone is being used by GASM a lot to produce, cements. And as a matter of fact, we would have to, as a nation, consider using part of that lime in liming our soils. I know there are some private companies, that are actually importing synthetic limes, to solve, trying to solve our low pH soils. So we can actually do that. For me, the way to go is to explore the lime that we have, even not only where you mentioned. If you go to the north, there are a lot of lime, stones there that can be mined in order to help solve the low pH of our soils.
And another problem, we know that about 40 to 50% of our municipal waste is organic waste. In attempting to restore soil fertility, is that also one of the options we should look at, or is a lost cause trying to extract organic matter from our waste stream for our soils?
In fact, organic, the use of organic fertilizers in fertilizing our soils is very key in this matter, because one, our farmers are actually finding it very difficult to even buy the inorganic fertilizer, the NPKs, because of the high inputs. And so they are saying that their inputs, for agriculture production is high. And for me, that is the reason why when you even talk to them about soil testing, that you have to also consider testing your soils for us to know the nutrient components of your soil, and for that matter, advise you regarding the type of fertilizer you need, if any. They will tell you that we have gone for loans to, cultivate our crops and all that. If we have to now take samples to come to your lab to analyze, and you have to charge us again, that will increase our input costs, and so they are not really interested.
Is soil testing very expensive?
It is not, Kojo. Soil testing is about 300 Ghana, 350 Ghana cedis now. If you come to Accra, it's about 450 Ghana cedis per samples. But if you have to do the soil testing, it depends on the acre of land that you are actually cultivating. So we have to take soil samples, from different points on your acre. So it might not be just one sample. And so you may have to pay more than the one sample cost. So that is it. And so, so for me, any waste that is organic, we can mine in order for us to use as organic, compost for ourselves.
You are giving us the general way forward before I cut in with my limestone and organic. So please go ahead.
The general way forward for
our soils and how we can protect our soils, restore degraded soils to ensure we produce food to feed the country.
Yeah, I think I did. When I told you about the challenges, and I said the use of lime for soil pH, and then the use of compost in place of the NPKs when it comes to the nutrients. But if I remember, because you were talking about galamsey, whether galamsey is a threat to us and all that.
Yes.
So can I take that one now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good. Kojo, as you and I know, galamsey has been a nationwide problem for some time now. And as Ghanaians, our governments have been, trying to see how best they can solve the problem. But it looks like we take 2 steps forward, like 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Yes, and so that has actually, brought us to, this state. And if we do not take care, we will have issues with our soils. Now, I want to give you some statistics, but before I do, we have the galamsey process. They start with mining pits, and when they mine the pits by the use of excavators and hand tools, they go ahead to do alluvial mining. Then they continue with river dredging, and then come and apply the chemicals like mercury and cyanide, and then they now come and wash the carpets, this mercury into our soils, our rivers, and our natural ecosystems. Now, what that is doing is that they are actually causing a lot of harm to our soils, our forests, our waters, and all that. If I'm permitted, Kojo, I want to give you some statistics
Please
here
go
that
ahead.
I have with me.
Please go ahead.
Good. Now, the galamsey activities had actually caused over 60,000 hectares of land that has been forest land and farmland that has been destroyed. Then over 60% of our water, resources have been polluted to very high levels, as has been reported by, various, institutions in the past. Now, the hotspots areas for the galamsey activities in Ghana are the Western North, Ashanti region, Western region, and Eastern region. They have actually destroyed vast acres of land and our water bodies. Then, to give you a little history of the galamsey activities, how it started and where we are now, in 2005, galamsey started, in forest areas and riverbeds and riverbanks. By 2010, the Western region, had deforestation of, and polluted rivers. In 2013, Ashanti region had soil erosion and acidification problems. And in 2016, Western region, it was reported that Western region farmland and water, had farmlands and water contamination. And by 2018, 60,000 hectares of crops and forest lands were destroyed.
Wow.
Now, where are we? 2023, but in 2025, as I speak to you, we have continued degradation of our food and of our forest lands and water. These are all leading to food insecurity. And so the earlier we start tackling this problem with all the alacrity it deserves, the better for Ghana. Thank you very much.
Now Doc, you've said something which is quite noteworthy, that galamsey has destroyed over 60,000 hectares of land. Now, yesterday I was doing some research on tomatoes, and based on data from MOFA and other sources, if we want to produce enough tomatoes to feed us and to feed industry, we need to do about 60,000 hectares. So galamsey has destroyed as much land as we need to produce tomatoes to feed Ghana. So galamsey, based on the statistics you are sharing with us, has destroyed as much land as we need to produce tomatoes in Ghana. And if you look at the tomato industry, if you are producing, if we consume 800,000 tons of tomatoes, and 1 ton is even 10,000 cedis, that is an 8 billion Ghana cedi industry, which hypothetically is wiped away because of galamsey. And this is annually. Wow. This is the Super Morning Show. We are talking to Dr. Collins T, the director for the Soil Research Institute of Ghana. And I think my take home today is that Galamsey has destroyed as much land as we need to grow tomatoes in Ghana. We need 60,000 hectares of land if we want to grow tomatoes at the right yields to feed all of us. And the amount of land Galamsey has destroyed is 60,000. Let's chew on it, and then I'll come back to Dr. Tay for him to tell us their challenges, the challenges of the Soil Research Institute. All the research institutes we've spoken to so far say that the state is not funding them enough. I don't know whether because you people are on the ground, you are being funded enough. So I'll come back for that answer. But if you are looking to own a premium home in a prime location in Accra, SNIT is inviting you to explore its luxury apartments and townhouses featuring spacious 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units across selected communities in Accra. They have the Dinkra Heights in Cantonments, Eagles Place, and the Royal Tivoli in Sakumono, and Meridian Gardens in Klagon. So if you want to make your next home in any of those places, talk to SNIT now on 0244 593 276, or you visit the SNIT sales office at the 6th floor of the Rich Towers, Accra, for enquiries. Now, if you're also planning for your future, begin that with decisions you make today. And one of the best decisions is to walk into any EDC office to talk to them about their professional fund management services, the flexible investments options, and look out for potentials for higher returns than the ordinary savings that we are used to. So talk to EDC today. You can call them on 0302 610 400, 0302 610 400, or just send a simple WhatsApp to 0509 268 414. EDC will help you plan that future you are yearning for. And the World Cup is here. It begins tomorrow. Ghana is going to win the World Cup. Yay! But you want to watch the World Cup and your favorite teams and players crystal clear on TVs, right? Sound bars, home theaters, laptops, smartphones, projectors. Talk to CompuGhana today. Now, they have a special discount sale going, and there's also a raffle happening, and you can win a 100-inch 4K smart TV, cash, laptops, phones, and many other amazing prizes when you spend 1,000 Ghana cedis or more. So WhatsApp them on 024 314 3143. That's 024 314 3143, or shop online at CompuGhana.com. CompuGhana Gold Rush season is the ultimate football experience. And if you want to save money on energy, make maximum use of daylight and use LED lights. Adjust the temperature of your refrigerator for the optimum range of to the optimum range of 5 to 7 degrees and freezers to 18 degrees Celsius. Use your ACs wisely. This is a message brought to you by the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Energy Foundation, Valco Trust Fund, PURC, ECG, Bui Power Authority, Gridco, and VRA. If you want more information on energy conservation, go to valcotrustfund.gov.gh or visit efghana.org. Beat the tariffs, you can save 10 to 20% easily. So, Doc, what are the challenges you are facing at the Soil Research Institute? Your other colleagues say you are not being funded well. Are you being funded well? How much do you need to be able to provide us the right services for us to grow food the right way? I'm talking to Dr. Colin Stay, the director for the Soil Research Institute of Ghana, here on the show. I've lost him. We are talking on Zoom because their office is in Kumasi. Technology is making it possible for us to have a conversation this morning. I've lost him. When I get him back on the line, I will try to understand funding for the Soil Research Institute and how the state and private sector to support such an institution to do better. We have some of your messages here on the show. Let me read some of the messages. This one is from BB in Oyarifa. It says, Kojo, how come countries like Australia refuse entry of raw seeds and crops into their country, claiming they will destroy their environment, but Ghana accepts all kinds of seeds into our borders? That's one message coming through. There are some of your other messages, a lot of them. I'll attempt to read them, but I believe Dr. Tay is back with us on the line. And so I'm going to go to the line and ask him how they are funded and how they are delivering quality to us. As I'll be talking to Dr. Tay shortly. But you know, this July, Ghana will host the global energy leaders and experts in Ghana at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference. The theme is building a resilient downstream policy, innovation, and investment for growth. This event is happening from the 16th to the 17th of July 8 a.m. each day at the Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. The event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night happening on July 18 at 6 p.m. at Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel. If you want more information, go to gipcon.com. That is GHIPCON.com for more information. Now, Mobile Money Fintech Limited is also inviting all shareholders to its extraordinary general meeting scheduled for Friday, June 12, 2026 at 11 a.m. The meeting is virtual, so you can join via momofintechegm.com, momofintechegm.com. Access to the meeting will be available from 10 a.m. GMT. The meeting will commence at 11 a.m. GMT. If you want more information, go to email info@csd.com.gh or just go to the website momofintechegm.com. You get all the information you need. Shareholders will be given their unique access codes to access this extraordinary general meeting. Dr. Tay is back on the line. Doctor, I lost you. Forgive me. Technology sometimes disappoints, but we want to understand and establish how are you funded? How are you funded? How do you do all this work you are doing? Are you like the other institutions that say that government pays only salaries and leaves them to go and look for grant funding to survive?
Yes, Kojo, it's the same story. My colleagues, I believe, have given you exactly the state of the funding of research within the CSIR. Government pays us our salaries. We are very grateful to government. It has never relented on its efforts to do so, and we are very much happy about that and thank them very well. But we have a problem as a nation if we do not really give attention to the research we do as scientists. A lot of what we do will be taken over by the funding agencies. We have zero funding of our research. So most of what we do are donor funded, research at the institute level.
Hold on. I heard something. I want to be sure I heard right. You have zero funding of the actual research you do?
Yes. Now, the issue is that I am telling you now that all the projects I am running now currently at the institute level are all donor funded projects. There is no government funded project as I speak to you.
Not even one Ghana cedi.
No, not even one Ghana cedi.
What projects are you running now?
We are running projects being funded by APNI. We are looking at fertilizer recommendations, and even that one, Kojo, I tell you, the APNI in Morocco, in fact, OCP Ghana, and OCP Ghana is the ones that we are working with. But of course, they are being funded by APNI in Morocco. The MOU that we have signed with them, they want to actually, develop some fertilizer recommendations for Ghana. And the MOU we have signed with them, they are restricting us from using data. So it's like we do the work. There are scientists who come and help our scientists develop the fertilizers recommendations for Ghana, and we hand over everything to them because it is theirs. They funded it.
You mean the government of Ghana that claims or that spends our taxpayers' money to buy fertilizer for a fertilizer subsidy program doesn't fund you to do the research so that they do the work well, so we produce good food for Ghanaians to eat. This is a criminal enterprise. If I'm to describe it, that we are spending money to buy fertilizer, but we are not funding you to do the research to enable us do it better.
Yes, Kojo, that is the state of research in Ghana today. And the sad aspect is that previously, the funders give us money. We write the proposals, and the funders give us money to buy, to do the work. And when we finish the work, we would have to write a report to them, and keep our data here with us because the data belongs to us. All they need is to ensure that we actually have done justice to the deliverables or the objectives of the project. But Kojo, the sad trend that we are observing at our Soil Research Institute now is that the funders really want to take the raw data with them. And Kojo, you and I know that if the funders who are supposed to come and help us solve our problems lay hands on our data, what that means is that if they are able to give us the monies to collect the data and hand over the raw data to them, what that means is that maybe in the next 10, 15 years, the soil information systems in Ghana would have been in the hands of the funders. And you can imagine what the scientists here will do. It means that we cannot get any, work to do anymore, because once you produce or write a proposal, they will tell you, oh, the information or the new knowledge you want to add, we already have, and we will not be able to give them to you.
Wow. How much do you need on average annually to run? You are talking about the SAD aspect. Tell me about that, and let me have a sense of how much you need to run to do the work, this all important work you are doing for Ghana.
Kojo, if it comes to how much we need, we can have projects involving so much, 500,000 euros to do just one project. Some of them is about 200,000 euros. The low side, for you to be able to conduct research in a particular farming area and get data you can speak to, you need to go and collect. It's seasonal. You have to go and collect the samples when you are raining and dry seasons for a number of years for you to be able to validate the information and say, if you go to this area, these are the characteristics of the soils, these are the nutrient contents and all that, and so be able to advise farmers on that one. Wow. So it varies. It varies. We actually need monies to be able to run the institute, and for that matter, help our poor farmers increase or improve their livelihoods.
Doc, you know what I think we have to do? Our time is running out, but I'll suggest to my bosses, maybe we should have a national food research forum where we bring all of you to Accra, spend about 6 hours together, invite the ministers of finance, minister of agric, minister of local government, minister of trade, minister of environment to sit down and ask why they've given you guys a mandate and they are not funding you. And then when you finish, you present all the projects you are working, and we hand it over to them and see if they are serious about it and if you are going to make any way forward. Our time is up, but I really appreciate that with your very busy schedule, you've had time to join us. If it's not too little for me to ask, I'll take your final word in about 30 seconds. Any final words for us before we wrap up? Dr. Tay is the director for Soil Research Institute. But look, if you need an electric vehicle, the name that should be on your mind is Drive EV. They are located at Bema Hill on the Mahama Road. Everything EVs, they do have that. And they also have the S-Charge EVs, the blazing fast smart charging network across the country. Call them on 055-413-6410 to get your electric vehicles. And MTN is giving you the brand new HMD ARC for just 899 cedis. Enjoy free 2.5 gig data every single month for 6 months. New phone, fast 4G, nice pictures. Visit any MTN service center for this phone. And Kingdom Books, the yard sales is still ongoing, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily at the Kingdom Books office at Osu. If you go there, you get 70% discount on quality products. So go to Kingdom Books, shop smart, save big, and call them on 0244-311-955 if you need any further information. Electroland is still giving you their Chedieke Sierra raffle as we prepare for the World Cup. The soccer promo is also happening. You can buy all that you need, upgrade your home, get your TVs, watch, plan your watch parties with family and friends with everything from Electroland. The TVs are starting from 699 Ghana cedis. You can go to electrolandgh.com for more information. Electroland Ghana, bringing the stadium home. Doc, my time is up, so we can have some 30 seconds. Any final words? Any words for Ghanaians? Any words for leadership? Any final words?
Okay. Thank you very much, Kojo, for the opportunity. So my word to Ghanaians, especially those who want to enter into agriculture, is for them to actually approach the CSIR Soil Research Institute and get advice in terms of the way to go, the application of the modern agriculture practices in order to increase the agricultural productivity on their farmlands. When this is done, I'm very sure that the productivity they have now will be increased and boosted by far. And so I expect that they come to our offices. Our doors are open, and we would help them or assist them to be able to increase their, productivity. And to government, I will appeal to government once again. We appreciate everything they have done for us so far in terms of giving us our salary, but we would want government to actually turn their eyes onto the CSIR, not the Soil Research Institute alone, but all the other 13 institutes, technical, institutes who are involved in various, systems, and that will actually generate, monies in terms of the economic development of our country. On this note, I want to thank you once again, Kojo, for having me. And thanks to Joy FM.
Thank you, Dr. Tay. Dr. Collins Tay is the director for the Soil Research Institute of the CSR. He joined us this morning to have a conversation about the institute. Happy birthday to you, Ebenezer Suman. Your new year has begun with exceptional grace. This is from Hano Dami. My name is Kojo, Akoto Boateng. This has been the Super Morning Show. We've taken some seconds from Adobe's 10 o'clock